work. Hello, 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 everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello. Tricked ya. We're starting in 5 minutes. GG. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How's it going? Sorry for the little debate on the timer there at the beginning, but you know, Starbuck wasn't here yet. He said he needed 5 minutes, so I gave him 5 minutes. Okay, that's you ask and you shall receive here. How's it going? Thank you again, Kenny, for the gifted sub to Fast Mad Cow, who did not want advertisements any longer. Hello, Chill and Chill. What's up, Rabbit? Hello, Burning Blades. Hello, Doom. Hello, Demiurge. Hello, Deathnote. Fast Mad Cow, I see you. And welcome to the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup February Finals, where the top 6 players, well really top 7, are competing to see who will win the month. We had a tiebreaker already between Lucifer and Mr. Winner off stream before the tournament started, in which Lucifer was able to win 2-0, so our remaining 6 players are as follows. Let me show you the bracket real quick. Look at that Canucks advertisement. You know I'm Canadian and you know I'm from Vancouver, don't you? Don't you? I'm doxxed just by this right here. We have, to start things off, Starbuck versus Lucifer will be our first match of the day. It says random, but Starbuck will probably play human here. We have HawK versus Deathnote in a human mirror. Winner will go up against Chaemiko in a human mirror. Winner of Starbuck and Lucifer will go up against Dise. And then we'll have a best of 5 grand final. All the other matches will be best of 3s. So that's our day. If we had time, if there wasn't such a packed schedule today, we would have seen Mr. Winner versus Lucifer, but it was a 2-0 for Lucifer, which pretty much just happened. So shout out to those guys for being willing to play the tiebreaker and doing it on schedule. Pretty pog. And that's our day. We're going to have 5 matches today. Yes, 2 human mirrors, but it will only be 2. It'll only be 2, and the other 3 matches will not be human mirrors. Every other match, in fact, will not be a mirror. It'll be a human versus undead, and then either an undead versus elf or a human versus elf, and then an orc and elf or an undead versus a human in the grand finals. Those will be our matchups. So you had 2 human mirrors, but very good players. And Chaemiko, just to talk about him a little bit, he's been grinding recently. He has a new account on Warcraft III Champions. And let me show you this. Let me show you this bad boy. All I have to do is click on Grandmaster, and he's right there. Boom, small tree, Chaemiko. 49-6. Almost 2,700 MMR, which is, these days, pretty damn good. He's been owning everybody. He lost to Sunlight a couple of times, but for the most part, it's all wins. He lost to Fortitude as well, big deal. But beat Starbuck even in a human mirror there. But he's been crushing it. Excited to see Chaemiko. He's in seed number 1 today. He won the first cup of the month of February. What's up, Don? How's it going? Can we get Gamba? We absolutely can. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do that right now. Who will win this best of 3? Lucifer? Starbuck? No promises on what race Starbuck is playing. I'm going to assume it's human, but nothing is for sure when it comes to Starbuck. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? So we're just waiting for Starbuck to join up. He said he needed 5 minutes, so it's all good. And we're just chilling with Lucifer in the lobby, waiting for the first match. And I suppose Dise just played the Don't Rush Me Cup as well, and he seemed to be performing pretty well. And if anything's a good warm-up, it has to be that game mode, right? If anything gets your mechanics going, it's got to be microing 100 supply armies with 6 bases, right? Surely it would be that. Which I've been a big fan of. I really like the tournament format. I think it's dope. I think it's good that it's on the channel. And having a lot of fun watching the little bit that I've been able to. It's a bit out of my schedule, slightly, but it's still been good. Okay, just figuring out vetoes and figuring out servers and all that right now. So, there'll be less talking from me while we do this. Witty, how's it going, man? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. Hope all is well. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. Doing whatever you're doing over there in the custom games world. Maybe even playing ladder. I don't know. I see that human. I see that human from time to time. And thanks again, Kenny, for the gifting. Appreciate that. Getting some vetoes done. We found a server. India Central 2 is our server. Anticipating at least one human. Yes, if you're a fan of human, there will be at least one in the grand final. That's guaranteed, unless someone starts off racing. Need one more person, though, to hit that 150 gift subs. Let me hover this. It says 100. Where do you see the specific number? I guess it says when you gift, eh? Let me scroll up. Let me scroll up. Yeah, 149. Jesus. It's gotta be a special person, Kenny. Or maybe nobody ever, you know? Both would be funny. You know? In their own unique, special way, you know? That's the beautiful thing about it. Okay, Lucifer vetoes Tidehunters. Starbuck is playing human. The map pool, by the way, Concealed Hill, Hammerfall, Tidehunters, Echo Isles, and Last Refuge. So Tidehunters already out, leaving us with the other 4. Minus EI, so that means our best of 3 will be Concealed Hill, Hammerfall, and Last Refuge. Put on 149 and never again. Just donate to prize pools instead of gift subs. Or just never show up again. And we never heard from him again. He was like, who's going to be my 150th sub? And then he never sent another message in the chat ever again. All right. We're jumping into game 1 already. As long as we can load. Be all good. I should add HawK at Deathnote. Starting first, best of 3. You guys are next. Smile. Okay. Lucifer versus Starbuck. Damn exciting match to start the day. Starbuck had a series versus HawK yesterday. Let me tell you, he did have a series. That was, if you guys saw that Turtle Rock game, if you did or if you didn't, you gotta see it. And if you already saw it, you should watch it again, because that was a great series. Like that was a great series. That Turtle Rock game in particular was insane. So I'm looking forward to this. Game number 1, Concealed Hill. And here's Starbuck in the upper right. In the round of 6. Best of 3 here to start as a human. And in the bottom left, Mr. Lucifer. Been playing really good recently. Been, you know, back to competitive shape, let's say. There's been times when he's just been sort of chilling and, you know, not competing as much. But these days, he seems to be really capable of beating anyone. Will be the Crypt Lord. A lot of players prefer to go Lich these days as well, but I do personally think Crypt Lord is still probably overall the better option. But hey. What do I know? Archmage. Gonna off the rip go for what seems to be this camp, because the footman would have to lurk around the lab in order to pull it if Starbuck was going to creep that first. There's lots of different ways to play this matchup, of course. There's lots of one-base strategies as the human. There's, of course, the Coveted Expo strategy that we've all seen a million times at this point, but it never stops being exciting in its own way. And of course, there's, yeah, all sorts of weird tavern heroes and stuff like that. Starbuck goes for the orange and goes straight down immediately. Looks like to be a 2-farm tech on 1 base here from Starbuck. And the Crypt Lord has to go for Goldmine first. It doesn't get any easier than right now, because there's only more Footmen, there's only a higher level Archmage. There's only a higher teched human pressuring you from creeping this, so Lucifer's got to go for it right away. He's got to bite the bullet, and Starbuck's already here getting 1 ghoul. Takeshita Sakakaki, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. How you doing, man? Oh, this Crypt Lord already very, very low. And he hasn't gotten the item yet, which could be a Ring of Regen. Is this Crypt Lord just dead? He does land the surround on the Archmage, but then he gets out almost. But GG is called. That's 1-0. Okay. Concealed Hill is as Concealed Hill does. That's sometimes how it goes. Sometimes how it goes. All right, we go into game 2. Okay, we go into last refuge now. And we're all good. Okay, let me update the score. That was that was a quick one. I mean, Concealed Hill can be a tough map. One of those maps where you kind of got to go Impale first, I feel like, if you want to have a good chance of creeping that expansion clean. And we see really only Happy land that perfect Impale at Concealed Hill. It's harder than it looks to hit everything. And for that reason, we saw Lucifer just go for Beetles. But the issue with going Beetles first is that they kind of take a long time to get the amount you need. You need to kill double critters. You need to wait for them to summon. You need to wait for the cooldown. With Impale, you just get Skellies on your way and then immediately run and start creeping it. So it is faster to go Impale. Lucifer didn't go for that. Starbuck went for a really good counter, and that's how the matchup goes sometimes. Love it or hate it, that's how it goes. Game number 2, Last Refuge. Perhaps an easier map to expand on, for the undead especially. Hope for all the undead fans. Lucifer has a little bit of a better chance here. He does go for Ted Fiends, which is good. It's good to see him switching it up a little bit. It's unfortunate that he started with Crypt Lord on Concealed Hill when he could have probably done a pretty solid Ted Fiends on that map. That's a really good map. Even to play DK Ghouls 1 base, it's a good map for that. Maybe he was trying to trick Starbuck a little bit. Maybe he normally plays that style on Concealed Hill, and he wasn't expecting Starbuck to just call it out with that immediate Archmage run down south sort of thing. But either way, better late than never. Gonna switch things up. Rod purchase. How long will this Footman block the Death Knight for? Okay, doesn't actually get in front. He went for it. Does not successfully block. And Kenny, also thank you for the 150th sub to Zorp13.
A town is under siege.
As soon as someone complains about ads, they get hit with a gift sub by Kenny. Kenny, thank you very much for all your support of the channel and the scene and everything you do. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. 150 gift subs. Huge. Giga Chad gift subs as well. Zorped. Yeah, Zorped. And Starbuck looks like one base again. Oh, no, calls a bunch of militia. Illusion Death Knight does find the militia. Archmage goes into the main. Nerubian is up front, which is going to make this a little bit interesting. Death Knight's still creeping the priests. Footmen find their way in, but Archmage is zoned out by the ghouls. There is a 6th Acolyte, so going to be tough for Starbuck to actually, entirely stop mining. Archmage, not quite surrounded, but slowed by the Nerubian still. Footmen surround one Acolyte. So that's the 6th Acolyte going down. Death Knight is over here. That's the illusion. Militia did go back home. Necropolis being built instead of a Ziggurat right now for Lucifer. Trying to keep all these Acolytes alive. Death Knight is here, level 2 from a Footman, and Coil saves that Acolyte. Another one a little bit in trouble, but a lot of skeletons now here. Does actually repair the graveyard for a second, but finds a way around. It's going to be another Coil in a second, and Lucifer, with what seems to be a good defense, surrounds both Footmen at the graveyard. Really nicely done from Lucifer. But Starbuck finds his way back to his expansion, which he will be building. But, okay, he's going to try to not chop down that tree yet. Good awareness from Lucifer. Chop this tree instead of this tree. This tree might have let both Footmen out. That's 3 Footmen dead. And Lucifer finds his way with a Fresh Rod or Necromancy to the expansion. Has a town portal, so doesn't need to be too careful here. He's going to get a lot of experience. I'm not sure if those Footmen already died, but as soon as they do, yeah, look at the Death Knight experience bar go up. He's still got a Coil left. So nice to see Lucifer being competitive here with some nice plays in the early game. Always can be a bit worrisome when the first game goes that quickly. Surround does land. Maybe another set of skeletons could be summoned over the TP. No, but still good damage. And now he can just start creeping to level 3. And it's not often that you get a really, really fast level 3 when you're playing Ted Fiends in this matchup.
A player's forces are under attack.
I say quote-unquote Ted Fiends. It's a 4 ghoul Ted Fiends. Starbuck trying to get level 3 himself. Expansion slowly coming up. Going to be finished right before the 6-minute mark. There's one peasant that could die. Is Starbuck aware? There's no real saving it, right? It does go down. And this green camp will mean level 3 for the DK. Do we have tier 3? This could be a tier 2 push as well. With this fast of a Death Knight level 3, could definitely see something like that. There's the level up. Archmage did get level 3 himself, but Wand of Negation available now at tier 2. And Tech now started for Starbuck as well. Lich is out. Will we see a Wand of Negation? Probably once the Archmage starts pressuring, we will. Nova on the Archmage, Coil on the Archmage, and that's the first of probably many. Did buy a mana pot as well. One ghoul being pulled. He's trying to get to the expansion before a tower is up, and he will successfully do so, but how is he going to defend this pressure back at home? Could have maybe left the Death Knight. Could send the Death Knight back now. He is going to do just that. Of course, the main strength of the Death Knight coming back is that he can buy Rod of Necromancy, he can buy Wand of Negation. It's not really the strength of the hero itself, more so the items being, really good in the defense. Seems like a tough position for Starbuck. And Archmage is 1 Coil away from death, and there was a mana pot. Could have forced a TP, but not really the end of the world to do so. Statue comes out. No Wand of Negation used, but expansion entirely shut down and is in fact going to be killed. Archmage has to be careful. But the spacing's probably going to be perfect for Starbuck, if I had to guess. And yeah, he does run away in time. The Coil does actually land, and Starbuck realizes. Gets the TP off, but now he's going to lose every Footman. Does he TP back here? No, obviously not. So the expansion does go down. All the Footmen are going to go down. Starbuck's tech is almost done, so they're both going to be on tier 2, but Lucifer is, let's just say he's ahead here. He is definitely in a really good position here. Not 100% won, but in a very good position. Lich goes towards the main base, Footman being cleaned up slowly. Just pretty much Militia are left over. Tier 2 almost done. 15 seconds. Archmage healing up. Should just coil the Archmage again, to be honest. Cancel the healing. Really trying to kill this Nerubian. Oh, the Militia. Almost around the Lich. Do Fiends have Burrow yet? They don't. Lich gets level 2. Frost Armor maybe could be a play here. Nerubian actually might go down. Repair is there. Almost going down. Does go down eventually. Lich is low but not dead. Archmage somewhere died to the Death Knight on level 4 chasing him. And this is 1-1. There's a GG. This is a quick series, but it's tied up. It's not a quick 2-0. It's a quick 1-1. You love to see it. Yeah, very well done from Lucifer. Good defense. A double surround on the Footman. Okay, Starbuck just says time for wrecked. And then says go. Alright, so we go to Hammerfall. It's single elimination as well, so you lose and you're out. So this game is it for both these guys. Oh, whoops, I gave the wrong map to Starbuck. There we go. Okay, Hammerfall, map 3. Exciting series, short but exciting. And then after this, Deathnote versus HawK in a human mirror. And what could be more exciting than that? Yeah, it's been quick. It's been quick. Okay, the main question here is what will the strat choice be for Lucifer on Hammerfall? Both Crypt Lord and DK1 base can work. Lich can work as well. Here we go. Bottom right is Lucifer. It was a ghoul opener. Could mean any hero, though. Could mean Lich as well. In the upper left, Starbuck, of course. Most likely sticking with the Archmage. Hammerfall, a great map because of the Golem creep. Because of the item you can get there as well. Sorry, just adminning in the Discord really quick.
A player's forces are under attack.
Archmage is out. Acolyte tried to disrupt the pole. Not successfully. Lich, by the way. Just noticing that now. So 3 different strategies from Lucifer, which in and of itself is very respectable. And he does go for the Golem pull with the Ghoul. I was a fan of this myself when I played Undead, but it seemed to be maybe a little unoptimized when I was playing it. Just was a little bit too tricky to creep. Having to pull 4 ghouls is always tough because your lumber gets a little bit screwed. If you just take a look at Lucifer's lumber, it's not very clean. You could build the gold mine right away with any other creep camp that you don't have to pull with an extra ghoul early and pull 4 to creep it, etc. So it's not the best camp in terms of build order, but better item, good amount of experience. It's a little less predictable from the human, so are a little less predictable by the human, I suppose. Starbuck goes for a very quick level 3. Has this footman even gone across the map yet? I don't think Starbuck has any idea, so he might blindly run down here, unless he knows Lucifer's playstyle very well. So the unpredictability might be actually working out for Lucifer. He's got Circlet and Claws, the Archmage, Pendant, Ring, and Gloves of Haste. Not ideal items, but good enough. Lich comes in, doesn't realize the Archmage is there right away, takes a little bit of auto attack damage.
A player's forces are under attack.
Town Hall being built. And still, as long as Lucifer doesn't lead Starbuck to his expansion, Starbuck may not know about this, but he's going to lead him to the Blight unless he runs up right now. This surprises me that Lucifer didn't run down there. Now the Gold Mine's just going to get canceled. Maybe he can defend it, but I would be surprised by that. Nice Nova on all the clumped footmen there to start things off. One ghoul goes down. Two ghouls go down, but fear not. This is something undead players are used to, is losing ghouls to water elementals. 3 ghouls go down. Another Nova. 1 footman dies. This gold mine looks likely to die. The question becomes how many footmen will be traded for it. Second one going to be denied. That denies level 3 as well. Back over at the expansion. 3 ghouls split. That's good damage. Archmage actually has to respect this and react. Water Elemental gets level 3. Goldmine is canceled. Immediately rebuilt. The ghouls, though, they're doing some damage. Obviously, Starbuck is in a winning position here. He's in the better position. He's got the expansion up, but this move is going to soften up a lot of those peasants for the Lich to come in. And a lot of the footmen were just lost there. And the ones that weren't lost are low somewhere on the map. Nice micro on that ghoul. Lich comes in. Could deny. Nova on the Archmage. All the peasants are within a Nova of dying as well. Tier 2 being teched. Lucifer, of course, not teching yet. But it can all be turned on his head if the Lich starts getting a lot of experience. Like, say he goes to the expansion, he kills all these peasants, and he starts to get closer to level 4, closer to level 5. The tech doesn't seem to matter so much at that point. The Archmage falls off a little bit more in that regard. Goldmine could be defended. We'll see. No, yeah, he does staff back. He realizes that he needs to respect this. Nova was used, so the Archmage actually a little bit safe. Lich squeaks out to the south, isn't surrounded. Archmage took a lot of auto attacks from the ghouls in the meantime. Boots of speed on only one of these 2 heroes. Maybe Lucifer could go down to the shop now that he has to heal up anyway. Oh, eats a ghoul and gets the Nova on the Archmage. Absolute Giga Chad with 40 HP gets out. Now the ghouls get into the peasant line. Lucifer, oh my god, man. Starbuck slipping a little bit with that. Immediate tavern rebuy. There goes all of his resources, but the Lich is low. And not sure how many ghouls died here, but ghouls are a little bit expendable. It's kind of like footmen. For some reason, it hurts more to lose a ghoul than it does to lose a footman. I'm not sure if it's the lumber thing or something. Or maybe the fact you can get Frenzy on them that makes it hurt a bit more, but they are more or less as expendable as footmen. Archmage gonna get level 4. Luckily he didn't before he died. Tier 2 done. Tier 3 on the way. Mountain King and what has to be second barracks double workshop coming up, I imagine. Blacksmith was forgotten in all the chaos. And that's the tricky part about this matchup. Is macroing while all this pressure is happening, while your hero's 1 HP, while there's 3 things going on at the same time. And just like that, Lich is past level 4 now as well. That means Dark Ritual level 2. That means a lot more mana just take a look at Lucifer's macro in a sec to make sure he's not forgetting anything. There's a Nova on the Archmage, and as soon as there's a Dark Ritual, he's going to have another Nova, just like that. There we go. And taking a look at the macro, second Crypt Graveyard. A little bit late, but Altar on time, importantly for the Tier 3.
A player's forces are
Yeah, everything seems to be on time for Lucifer, except for that Graveyard Slight. You do want to start that Fiend production as quickly as you can. You also need the Graveyard for Wand of Negation, and you also need it for a Slaughterhouse, so it's a pretty important thing. You also need it if you want a Spirit Tower at your expansion with the second Zig, so there's a few reasons why you want to prioritize that Graveyard. Maybe even over your second Crypt at times, but it'll be done soon enough. Deathnote started right away. Tier 3, a little bit shy on the Lumber.
Forces are under attack.
For Starbuck, rather, he gets a Shredder there, second Barracks, and we see double Workshop at the Expo. Could be delayed by the Lich. It will be. Mountain King comes in. Lich got to be careful. Has a Staff and Potion of Invulnerability, but Bolt and Shredder auto attack could really do a lot. Both those ghouls go down, but both Workshops are delayed. Delos, thank you for the Prime of 15 months. Appreciate that. Cheers. Tried to deny the ghoul, but unable to. But Lucifer's done one thing successfully with all this ghoul pressure. He's kept Starbuck away from his expansion, so he's been able to macro up. And now the Fiend production Slaughterhouse started. Will we have double Slaughterhouse, or will we go straight into Temples? I guess people haven't even really been playing Banshees with Lich, have they? They've been playing more Abomination heavy. Starbuck already Tier 3. With the Paladin coming out and the Knight. The Knight upgrades first. I've seen Fortitude actually go for 7-8 Knights before getting either upgrade, but Starbuck prioritizes them before breaking upkeep and gets one single tank to make a little bit of space perhaps to creep. He's not afraid to go to the late game. He doesn't need to hit a timing. That's how he feels, at least, looking at this play. Man on that DK, staffing back home. Bolt tries to surround the Lich. Lich has Shop right next to him and Potion of Invulnerability. Uses it. Dark Ritual on the Ghoul. Nova's the Archmage. Is he going to have to buy a TP to get out of this surround? DK's running down. He's got to buy a TP. Buys a potion there. It's going to be very expensive. DK comes in for the Coil. Archmage has to be careful himself. TP has to be bought or the Lich is dead. Coil last second. Holy Light, maybe. Lich lives. One more auto attack would have done it. Holy, I would have TP'd out so long ago. Still a potion. Still the invulnerability potion as well. But definitely clutch save there. Zeppelin immediately with the double tank. Love that play. Undervalued play, I feel like, on the human side of things. We don't see it. Maybe we do. I don't watch every pro matchup these days, but I feel like this is a little bit less common than it used to be. It's so damn strong, though. There's really no stopping it. What are the upgrades? 2-0. He loses the gold mine to this. I'm pretty sure. With 2-0 tanks, two of them, I think it just dies. He is repairing. And, yeah, he can't out-repair this. The gold mine will die if it's not dealt with. That was a spike from me, right? I hope I don't lose someone the game here. Yeah, 2-2-0 tanks, it's perfect. And the double knights. It's a very old-school approach, isn't it? The double tank push. And the Lich isn't level 5 yet. That's really what you need to carry yourself here. With the Nova. Maybe the Mountain King could die, but he had a greater heal there? Is that what I saw? Paladin staffed out. That means no more Holy Light. That means GG. That meant the Archmage was maybe exposed, but the whole Expo was done. Dude, the quick Zeppelin double tank drop with 2-0. It's just like... It's so good, man. It's so good. It's hard to think of what the exact counter is for that, but Starbuck with the 2-1. Nice series from Lucifer. Very, very competitive. Some really good plays from him. I think he's got a couple things to be proud of, especially against a player like Starbuck, who's just crushing it lately. But Starbuck moves on, and he will be facing Dise. But shout out Lucifer. GG's, GG's. Quick series, but that doesn't mean it wasn't competitive, you know? Okay. Wow, this music's a lot louder than my in-game music. All right, everybody. Let's figure out our next series at HawK here. I saw him playing PoE earlier on stream, XD. And so he is here. Is he still streaming Path of Exile? Let's see. HawK, where are you at? No, he is not. Okay. All right, HawK has not showed up yet, so we're just trying to decide what to do. Obviously, the next match, ideally, is going to be Deathnote. I did say ideally twice. Is going to be Deathnote versus HawK. But I'm seeing if Starbuck and Dise want to play their semifinal. I'll show you the bracket so you know what the hell I'm talking about right now. Starbuck's streaming right now, so he probably will be willing to play his next match. So Starbuck moves on to play Dise. This is our next match in a perfect scenario, but since HawK's not here, we can give him the grace of waiting one match. But so maybe we can play this first, and then we'll see if HawK's back for that. If not, unfortunately, HawK's going to get the loss, and we'll have Deathnote versus Chaemiko. But I think we need to give Chaemiko as much time as we can, because he's probably at the bar still. We're just waiting to hear back from people. And of course, it's Saturday today, and tomorrow's Sunday, and yesterday was Friday, 2 days ago was Thursday, but that means, tomorrow being Sunday, there is a weekly cup. You can play, you can qualify for this cup. I'm not sure if a bracket's available just yet. Let me see. Is it 179? Ah, thank you, Neil. Thank you, sir, for making this. So I will link in the chat right now. You guys can sign up. Double dipping this weekend? Exactly, exactly. So that'll be on the 1st, which is tomorrow. Will be the first cup of March. And how this finals works is there's 3 cups throughout the month, because there's 4 Sundays in every month. Yes, there's 4 Sundays in every month. Sometimes there's 5, but there's at least 4. The first 3 is a regular cup where anyone can sign up, and the winner of those 3 will qualify. So the winner for cup number 1, 2, and 3 this month was Chaemiko, Dise, and HawK. And then the other 3 people that we get, making 6, is the people with the most points. So you get points depending on how far you make it in the tournament. It's a double elimination bracket. If you make it to the quarterfinals, round of 16, round of 32, semifinal. If you make it into the grand final but lose, you get a certain amount of points, between 1 and 10. And then the 3 runners-up that didn't win the cups but have the most points will qualify. So, for instance, Lucifer and Mr. Winner both had 8 points. And they tied, and they played a tiebreaker. Lucifer won the tiebreaker, then Lucifer got into the top 6. So that'll be what starts tomorrow, which is a regular weekly cup if you don't care about making it to the finals. Double elimination means that even if you're not the strongest of players, you'll probably lose the first round to like a pro, and then you'll play someone around your rank, maybe in the lower bracket right away. So there's a game for everybody, you know? Which is nice. Of course. So definitely go sign up for that. I'll be casting it tomorrow at the same time as this happens today. 24 hours from now, that cup will be live. We'll be playing it. We'll be chilling. It'll be fun. We'll probably see some of the same names tomorrow for that. But yeah, definitely go check that out. If you guys are willing. Just waiting to see if Dise and Starbuck will play their match now. Wasn't part of the schedule, but don't know where the hell HawK is, so. HawK has never let me down, ever. He's never let me down. Gotta make sure, did I screw up? I sent him the right information, right? Where is HawK? Push it to next Saturday, February. Yeah, okay. I didn't send him the wrong info. He said, sure. I said, thank you. He reacted with an emoji. Okay. He's never let me down before, though, so I don't think he's going to. I believe in him. I believe in HawK. I'm going to check Starbuck's stream, which means I'm going to mute my desktop audio because there's probably going to be like Wu-Tang playing or something. Oh, it's EDM today. Yeah, I messaged him on his stream. Believe in HawK. I do believe it. We'll give him one more. We'll give him one more series. And then, yeah, if HawK isn't here by the end of this match, then GG. Well played, unfortunately. And then we'll have Deathnote versus Chaemiko in what would have been the second human mirror. All right, so while we figure this out, let's take a 5-minuter. I'll cut it early if we get into the match early, but we're pretty much just waiting for Starbuck to respond. Or HawK to respond, and then we'll have a game. But I guess it's all good because this first match was pretty quick. This one definitely won't be. Dise versus Starbuck, you're going to want to get everything ready. You're going to want to get a beer if you're in CET. You're going to want to get a coffee if you're in PST. You're going to want to get a maybe a Diet Coke if you're in EST. I don't know what time zone you're in. If you're in Hawaii, maybe you want to get a pineapple juice or something. And I think you'd be 1 hour behind me if you were in Hawaii. Maybe you're 4 hours ahead. I don't know. Anyway, get ready. This is going to be a banger of a match. It's going to be a banger. We'll be right back. Alright, everybody, welcome back. We have a match, so HawK not here yet, so we're going to go with Dise versus Starbuck, which is a semi-final, so winner will be in the grand final best of 5, and then if HawK isn't back by the end of this, then we'll have Deathnote versus Chaemiko in the other semi-final, then grand final will be a quick day if that happens, unfortunately, but that's how it goes. So starting map Echo Isles, Night Elf versus Human. Check it out. What's up, Shaker? Upper left here is Dise, starting with a Demon Hunter. Don't often see Echo Isles. Nice to see it. Upper right, of course, Starbuck. We just saw him. We got the back-to-backer here from him. Archmage on his side, blocked base. New Gamba. Ah, yes. Had so long to do it, and I forgot about it. Who win? Best of 3. I'm guessing this one's going to be a lot closer on the predictions. Jay, good one. Alright, item into immediately run across. Footman going to get ensnared here, but being a little bit annoying, causing a little bit more multitasking from Dise is always good. Archmage seems to be doing a one-base creep route. Yeah, 2 farm, and they both go for the little knoll camp here for the level 2. Ring and Slippers, perfect items, actually. That's ideal. There was a time when we'd say these aren't the best items, but these days they definitely are, with Immolation being so strong. Archmage level 2. No mana burn just yet. Did he deny a creep? Oh no, he's still just trying to kill this trapper. That's why he's not level 2. Why is another ring on the Demon Hunter? Oh man.
A player's forces are under attack.
Archmage going for the trapper. The Demon Hunter feels like he has the ability to get it. Doesn't, though. Level 2 denied. That means mana burn denied. And Archer ensnared could also die. Little block from the Archmage. One more auto attack. Doesn't make it to the Moonwells in time. Water Elemental also denied. Really nicely done so far by Starbuck. But the Water Elemental next one comes in, expires. Everything going perfectly for Starbuck so far. And he is teching now. Halfway through his tech already. Nearly, at least. Wasn't keeping track of the initial footman pressure, but I doubt any Wisps have died so far. Someone like Dise loses Wisps is normally a little bit more dramatic. He doesn't lose them to a single footman, like I might. So far, so good. Not easy, though, especially against somebody like Starbuck. Okay, one probably going to die here. Yeah, one finally died. A second one to the footman. Just barely saves it. Wow. This one. 2 Wisps go down. There's no Shredder on this map. Okay. That'll probably be it. 2 Wisps from the pressure. Do Wisps regen in the mine? No. They could. It could be a cool thing. Well, they don't regen extra in the mine, if that's what you're asking. They do. They have regeneration in the mine, yeah. Maybe Wisp could have regeneration in the mine during daytime, because Night Elf units normally only regen at night. There's a level 2, finally. Firelord second. Deathnote mentioned this in the chat. But I'm not... I mean, I've seen the strat, but I wasn't familiar this was just meta these days. Soulburn Firelord second. Will both players go for a Firelord then? Soulburn the Firelord so he can't Soulburn your Demon Hunter? 12 o'clock creep. One ensnare. Actually, both ensnares used by the trappers. Demon Hunter gets in there, and he's very tanky. Detonate on the Archmage and the Firelord there. And the creeping has been stopped with only the cost of life so far by Dise. No actual units lost. Double lore coming up. And improved bows for the archers. 5 of them will be all we have, it seems like. Naga's got to be careful. The auto attacks. Really scary even before Incinerate's online for the Firelord. We need to see a soul burn here in a sec. Is this going to be a TP if he just sits there with Immolation? No. Maybe if he was level 3, he could do that. Oh, the soul burn. Starbuck does not get the experience, and Dise actually gets the item as well. Both heroes low. Naga does go down, level 3 on the Archmage. And TP out, Demon Hunter. Oh no! Demon Hunter dies! Is this going to be the quickest weekly finals ever? It's 1-0. Okay. Sorry, HawK just got here. We go to Hammerfall. Okay, HawK is here. He misunderstood. I did say Saturday, February 28th, though, at 1900 CET. Okay, I did say that, but I understand how you could misunderstand. And he did show up, more or less on time. I knew HawK would never let me down. Okay, game 2. Here we go. That was a quick first game, as Deathnote said it would be. Upper left here, Starbuck. Why would he change anything up after that? Bottom right here is Dise. Wouldn't the correct way? Now I don't know anything about this matchup, but I'm thinking the correct way to play against this would be not Keeper, but to play Demon Hunter Naga, just like last game, but go for single Ancient Lore fast tier 3 tech and build extra archers, like 7-8 archers, and then get a quick lore, quick shop at tier 2, go straight tier 3 on 1 lore, and just have bonus archers. Could be wrong, but seems to be the best way to hold 1 base pressure. Either way, that is not what Dise did last game. Maybe against the Firelord you need Dryads, though, so who knows.
Player's forces are
Footman
under attack.
dealing with the Wisp. Shop pulls the camp for him and ensnares the Footman. Perfectly done by Dise, who's pulling his own Golem. And he'll attack it with the Ancient of War. Attack it again. Perfectly done on both sides of the map. And the Keeper comes out with the Treants. Did Starbuck get this pull eventually? He did get the pull. Around what rank does Starbuck fall as far as Warcraft 3 players go? Top 10 in the world, pretty much at any time. Top 8, maybe top 6 at the best of times.
A player's forces are under attack.
Keeper level 2. Pendant of Energy versus Talisman, both not the greatest items. I would say Talisman probably the better of the two. Entangle going to kill that Footman. No deny. Almost could have. footman going to go down. It's going to be tough to get the kill, actually, with the treants expiring. So we'll be denied quite easily. Still 2 footmen. Feel like really just in the middle of everything right now. But as long as he can wait out these 2 water elementals, Dise can probably hold the tree. Starbuck, I'm surprised he's not committing for the tree just yet. Wisps come in. That's a nice idea. Just get rid of them. Will he detonate? If these footmen commit, he might be able to cancel it, but the keeper went back to the Moonwell to get another entangle. Shadow Meld on the Archer. Reveal might be available. This footman here might go to the lab. Oh, Dise pulls it back immediately. Denies the treant as well. So far, perfectly done by Dise. As soon as he has a second, goes to the shop to maybe get, what, staff? Stone DMO, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. How you doing? Does get boots and staff, sells his TP. Oh, right, I have to adjust the score. My bad, my bad. I'll adjust it right now. First game was just so quick, I wasn't even paying attention.
A player's forces are under attack.
There we go.
Town is under
Another footman gonna go down. This one should be denied. Yeah, no way Starbuck misses that one. Staff back to the Moonwells. How many footmen have been lost? 4 so far? I mean, it's kind of par for the course when you're up against a keeper, but still, as far as early game goes, he's gonna be happy with this one. Thanks, Stone. Appreciate that.
A player's forces are under attack.
Keeper trying to get up to level 3. We'll get close, but no cigar just yet. Archmage a little bit further away. Just checking on the macro here. Lumbermill Blacksmith Tower coming up, and tier 2. Pulls the Arcane Tower in the main. All things look good for Starbuck. Will he get a Shredder anytime soon? It has already spawned. For Dise, macro also very on point. Everything seems to be good for him. Ancient War even pivoting over. 5 archers now online. No improved bows will be easily researched for him, but we'll be able to creep up to second hero. Which at this point, I mean, a Tavern Hero is looking pretty good, especially if he gets this Arcane Tower canceled. But if not, a Demon Hunter would be probably standard. Look at the repair. It's really, really good. 2 seconds, 1 second. Archer goes down. He does keep the Arcane Tower alive. Jeez. Reveal also available. That might be Archmage 3. Yep, there it is. Very good repair. You can't really blame Dise for going for that. With 5 archers in range, you get that cancel 99 times out of 100. At least. 99.9. Maybe with some damage items on the keeper. Could have been done. We do have 11 lumber peasants, so that whole shredder thing might actually not be necessary for Starbuck. For Dise, there's a tier 3 double lore, and it was Naga, by the way. Don't know if I mentioned that just yet. And there's the Ancient War in position. Oh yeah, Pit Lord could be a thing these days as well. Entangle on level 2. Gonna deal with these footmen. There's a shop at the expo, so he doesn't have that easy access to a clarity or a mana potion right now, but could always run up there to get one to deal with these footmen. Another deny. And that's a good deny too, because that would have been shared experience for the keeper and the Naga. Whereas, you know, you're not really too worried about giving the keeper level 4. You are worried about giving too much XP to that Naga. Lore has 5 seconds. 4, 3. He doesn't even giving up the repair. It's going to be a cancel. It's a kill on that lore. And a rebuild right in his face. That ain't going to happen. Wisps going down as well. He probably should have just detonated the water elementals off the rip. A lot of footmen are going down, sure, but I think the damage has been worth it. There's a double detonate eventually, but doesn't even get the water elemental kill. One of them expires even. Riot comes out, but no abolish. Naga ran all the way back home. Got claws +8 from the shop. Mountain King also running all the way over here. There he is on the bridge. One footman gonna be not denied. And there's only one footman left, and that's this guy right here. Yeah, Dise at almost 1,300 gold with 100 lumber right now. He should probably just go run and get a shredder. He could get staff and just buy it and staff it out, and that would solve a lot of his issues. He's got the lumber to do it right now. But if he doesn't soon, even a shredder won't solve his problems. But he's just building wisps instead. Maybe it'll all work out in the end.
A player's forces are under attack.
Starbuck. That's Double Sanctum with a workshop coming online. Those players going for the lab. Did we see a shredder? I think we just got staffed out. There it is. And Keeper needs to go get the orb. Naga gonna get level 3. Also, did he just find a greater mana and use it? I think he did, right? Oh no, it's on the ground, sorry. There's the greater mana. Keeper runs straight into a surround. Did he use the staff? No, staff is off cooldown. There's no bash available yet. And it will probably be clap at level 2 anyway. So that's, it's some damage taken on the Keeper, but it's still a good scout, because now the next plays for Starbuck are pretty obvious. Like, he can only really go for either this camp or the red camp, and then he's going to push the expansion. That's the only cards on his table right now. So the Naga's going to try and slow all that down. Dise needs to make time, needs to make space for himself. Dodges the bolt, gets the entangle into a fork lightning. It is dispelled on time, but too much damage. Heal scroll being used, and TP force. That was very clean from Dise. Gets 2 riflemen and the TP, and slows down the inevitable push in a huge way. Don't know if he's going to be able to creep this so easily, but doesn't really have any other moves right now. Militia still being called towards that red. Master training for the bears on the way. We don't have a single bear yet done. We do have Wellspring already being upgraded, which I like to see. And for Starbuck, mortar teams, of course. In addition, Mountain King gonna struggle for level 3. Mountain King did go for Bolt Bash, which makes sense against squishy heroes, I suppose. If it was Demon Hunter, Panda, or something, he might go for Clap, but... And Dise did manage to get that whole red camp.
A player's forces are under attack.
Mountain King. Is this level 3? It is. It's nicely timed. Or rather, Starbuck with the level 3 there. Does get a heal scroll from the shop. There is another one available once he has the gold, which he... Oh no, he actually gets a TP instead of a second heal scroll. Double mortar team. Both players attacking the expansion right now. And Dise seems like he's got to take this trade. He's got no TP. Starbuck's at 70 supply. A lot of wisp being pulled, and there's no clap to easily deal with the repair. So a lot of time is being bought by the repair of this tree. Arcane Tower also buying a lot of time. This tree is just not dying yet. But it will eventually to the mortar teams. Nature's Blessing would have bought a lot of time on top of everything, but Starbuck's just going to TP out now probably. Or is he going to kill all the Moonwells? I suppose he can chill here and kill all of this, because the Town Hall isn't dying anytime soon, and the mining's already been shut down. This is looking like 2-0 for Starbuck. Is there any way out of this for Dise? He can continue playing hit and run. It seemed like such a good setup for him, but it all fell apart. I guess it was the Archmage damage in the main. He uprooted his main! Whoops. That's not the mistake you want to make here. TP out, staff out. Trying to kill the Town Hall, which he does. Did he have a town portal? Oh, I thought he didn't have a TP that whole time. My bad. Unfortunate uproot on the main then, or else this game might be going pretty good for Dise, actually. I didn't realize he had a TP there. I'm not sure if he ran and bought it or if I just missed it, but it's actually okay for Dise. It's not great, but it's okay. This is really gonna hurt him though. 600 gold gone by that. Double orb is online.
Forces are under attack.
Starbuck double heal scroll. Level 4 Mountain King because he killed so many wisps, I imagine. That's how he got all that experience. Is he rebuilding this? No. So 70 versus 52. And Dise is finally mining again. Shredder for the scout. Dise is in a good position yet again to sort of flank the casters. And the mortar teams, importantly. Town Hall not being rebuilt, but there is something going down there. Maybe just a unit. Naga slowed and bolt. There is a Healthstone on the Naga and a lot of bonus damage. Shredder comes into the back of the mortar teams. Treant summoned so they can be pre-split before they're in range. The Naga has to be staffed out, but she'll come back on this side. So actually going to be better positioned with full health yet again. Dryads are dancing. Shredder will go down. There's plenty of lumber for Dise. He didn't actually heal up the Naga fully. Fork Lightning is good. There's a heal scroll on the ground. Another bolt onto the Naga. Hellstone's going to have to be burned this time around. There it is. Positioning. Not really improving for Starbuck, but he has the bigger army, obviously. Next Fork Lightning is going to be a big one, but there's another bolt again. Staff is off cooldown in 2 seconds. He didn't use... Oh, no, he did use another Fork Lightning. Messy fight. Staff is available for the Naga. Trying to use it before the staff. There's another bolt in the sack. He's got to use it now. He staffs up the bear. What are you doing? All right, Naga's dead. And Starbuck has still 63 supply, and that's 2-0 for him. Nice try to Dise. 2-0 for Starbuck. The Firelord game was just too much momentum. All right, just putting together HawK versus Deathnote. Let's give Starbuck the win there. So Starbuck will be playing in the grand finals versus a human player, so we'll get to see Starbuck playing Orc today, it seems like. I think the map pool is good enough for that. What map was that? Hammerfall? So there's that 2-0. Well played. Starbuck. Dise, it seemed like he had a good shot there. Like, the fight even didn't look that bad, but he just didn't have enough stuff, you know? He just didn't have enough stuff, unfortunately. So now we go back to this match. Let's do the Gamba. Yeah, it's 5 minutes on this, because why not? Yeah, shop at no dice. True. True. Okay. And we're already starting. It was like as though HawK was here all along, you know? Starbuck's got to wait a little bit, but... And Chaemiko has to wait a little bit longer than he would have otherwise, but... It's like he never left. Oh. Okay, that game didn't work. Starbuck was saying that Russia Central 5 is not working, but they want to play on Russia Central 5. Carson, who's going to win? I actually couldn't tell you, man. It all depends on how good a shape HawK is in. HawK is typically the stronger player between the two of them, but Deathnote's always grinding, and HawK isn't always grinding. And it's also human mirror, so the matchup, you know, some people are just really good in this matchup. Let's toss it. Any word of Chaemiko? Yeah, Chaemiko is here. He's always ready. He's always ready. We're not missing. We were missing HawK. We're not missing anyone now. Okay, there we go. You know, just to say what the MMR is, HawK's at 2647 MMR, Deathnote at 2449. So if that helps you when you're predicting at all. To preface this match, there's a small chance we lag, so we might have to leave and go Flow TV at one point. But for now, we just go for it. We just do it, man. HawK versus Deathnote. First of 2 human mirrors, unless Chaemiko does something crazy. Let's learn a thing or two about human mirror, shall we? Let's do it. Upper left in the blue is going to be HawK. Bottom right in the red is going to be Deathnote. Round of 6 match. So back to the start of the bracket. Oh, sorry for that. Winner plays Chaemiko. Winner of that plays Starbuck. And that is our day. Oh, we have double music going. HawK did win a weekly cup, but he won the 3rd weekly cup, which is why he's in the round of 6. Whereas Dise and Chaemiko actually won the 1st and 2nd. So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd cup is 1st, 2nd, 3rd seed. And then the most points will be 4th, 5th, and 6th seeds. So Deathnote was in the 5th seed. Lucifer was 6th. Starbuck is 4th. Surprisingly, Starbuck is 4th. He didn't actually win a cup this month, I think for the first time ever. He might win the finals still, though. So maybe he's just, you know, win maxing. Get 2nd place every cup and then win the finals. I think technically you get the most money if you do it like that. So maybe it'll all work out for Starbuck anyway. It's 1-1. No, this is a new series. Footman pull from both pretty much at the exact same time. Starbucks more into bigger cups. He did play a show match today, right? And yesterday. For a couple $100 buckers. I wonder how that went for him. Items are very important. Circlet versus Circlet. Okay, all is even in the world. And they're both pretty solid items. Probably 3rd best item you can get there, arguably. Claws are no doubt the best to get here. Unless maybe you get claws +8 from this camp, then maybe technically gloves are better, but I think everyone would say claws are the preference from this camp. Gloves of haste, could be not bad, and mantle. Better items for HawK slightly.
Players' forces are under attack.
And both just going for very fast level 3, but Deathnote is slightly different creep route. He's going to probably militia this to get level 3, whereas HawK is going to be closer to home. having to use probably less militia overall for his creep route, and having a healthier footman HP, because you can't really avoid taking damage when you creep a poison camp. Claws. And a Gloves of Haste now for HawK. Both are going to be happy with their items.
Forces are under attack.
But look how low the footmen are for Deathnote. He is militia creeping for the level 3. Ring on the ground. Arcane Tower already up with the second one on the way for HawK. Deathnote a little bit late on his, but it's, you know, time enough. We just need to grab Boots of Speed, but still fast enough to kill that first footman. Yeah, I'm liking HawK's creep route a little bit more. Maybe if there's a way to avoid the poison, which there technically is, but it's kind of inefficient and difficult. Footman almost gets surrounded there. People think of Footman as unsurroundable, but after playing enough Undead versus Human, you realize you can surround those Footmen, okay? You just got to practice it a little bit. Tech. 53 seconds away, 78 for HawK. I thought it would be Deathnote with the slower tech because he did the split militia creeping, whereas HawK did the with his whole army militia creeping, but actually it is Deathnote with the quick attack. Yeah, best of 5 grand finals, Jay. HawK actually finds an opening into the base. Second Arcane Tower's up, though. And militia are blocking the way. Really nice defense by HawK so far. Micro's back to low peasants. Still might lose them, but overall, it's been very well done. Archmage comes back with a greater mana. And sometimes the counterattack can be stronger than the initial pressure, so Deathnote should be ready. Especially seeing that greater mana to go across the map. And defend his own base. And only Deathnote has Boots of Speed so far, but he's got the lower HP Archmage. So he's probably happy that it's not the other way around, or else he'd be chased down to the TP. Tier 2 about to finish for both. It already did, of course, for Deathnote. Mountain King. And Second Sanctum soon. He's close to the resources he needs. Lab being prepped for HawK. A Shredder as well. Is he going to go tier 3, or did he just want a Shredder? One Footman ensnared and will go down. Oh, Shredder. That's a huge investment to lose at this time in the game. And Water Elemental does get it. Huge pick-off by Deathnote there. That's a big win. His first big win of the game, really. I guess that's because HawK lost some peasants, but he still got 8 lumber peasants. I didn't really see a necessity for the Shredder, but it probably just further means he's definitely going for a tier 2 expo. And they could have gone for early upgrades. Healing up, saved a bunch of Footmen. The Footman count is 6 to 6 right now, actually. HawK did get level 4 Archmage already, and he must have some low HP Footmen back at home. Water Elemental killed. Militia called, and this is probably the attempted tier 2 expo. So every second HawK sits here is another second the expo's delayed, but of course that means he's also not going to be able to expand himself. I guess both players have cleared the golems, though, technically. Bolts around. That's the end of this harass. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I wonder, would they prefer to expo here? This is probably the safer gold mine, right? Closer to a shop as well. Closer to your main, slightly, I think. Yeah, slightly closer. So it looks like both players are going to prioritize this gold mine. And this is because we're going to have 2 Human Mirror matches back-to-back. This is kind of the quote-unquote meta. Anything other than this, and we're seeing, you know, a unique style, let's say, or a more unique style. Generally, Archmage, Footman, Arcane Tower, slower tech, level 3 Archmage creeping. You fight with Footman, then at tier 2 you get about 2 Priests, and then a Depth Training, and then while your Depth Training's on the way, you go for a tier 2 expansion with the Mountain King second, and then you go Priest Breaker with ideally 2-2 upgrades, and you have the really slow fights that everyone loves so much, and that's kind of the matchup. You try to get level 4 Archmage as quickly as you can, because Aura level 2 of course is good for the Priests. And that is the quote-unquote meta. So anything other than that, and we're getting something spicy. And that's been the meta for 15 years, maybe longer. I think it was the meta in the first WCG even, if I remember correct. But a little less precise. Some things never change. That's the thing about magic immune units, you know? Mountain King, Bolt and Clap. There was a greater heal on one side, but it wasn't the right side. Deathnote loses his second hero. Just as his expansion gets up. Militia are close by, so we could probably hold this in the long run, but that's a huge loss, and the Archmage is more than a full level ahead, it feels like, at least in the experience numbers. Could have gotten level 4 twice over by now with this amount of experience. He's still got the greater heal, HawK, and he's got his own expansion up in mining. Priest coming out. And although he maybe took some economic damage in the early game, although he lost that Shredder, he just remained calm, he kept creeping, and is he really just in a winning position already? Militia called, Mountain King back in 33 seconds. No breakers coming out yet. Of course, you can go for extra priests early on because magic damage against militia and footmen is good, but once all the footmen are cleaned up, it's kind of a race to see who can get the higher breaker numbers quicker. It's kind of weird how it turns like that. But for now, everything is countered by just priests alone, so why not just build priests alone? But we do have the first breakers for HawK. Mountain King going to be out right now. Level 3, though, already for HawK. Deathnote did manage to get at least level 4 Archmage for that aura upgrade, but HawK is around the corner from level 5, which makes the water elementals even harder to dispel. He's gonna creep for that 5 right now. Maybe buy a potion of invulnerability? Does go for elemental... No, he does go for aura 3. I feel like elemental 3 is pretty good. But I mean, there is 6 priests. 7 priests. So maybe it's justified. Dispelled immediately. Bolt not on the Mountain King, but on the priest. Bolt on the other side on a footman. Both bolted units will die. Mountain King gotta be careful. Archmage also has to be careful. There's a bolt. Here's a surround. Yeah, footman does make its way into the back. And TP out. One priest died. Mountain King got level 3. That's going to be a bolt upgrade to maybe kill another priest, but he's got to be careful about his own bolt surround, which is being attempted right now. Can counter surround to the north of the Mountain King, and does manage to squeak out. There's one more bolt that Deathnote has to survive through, but HawK is now the one being pressured. Greater heal could be swapped over. One priest died of the breakers. Deathnote just barely holding on. That one bolt has turned into 2 now, and one of them is used on the Mountain King. Archmage being pressured. Potion of Vulnerability going to have to be used right now. Doesn't dodge the bolt. Is the Archmage dead? Just barely TPs out. Just needed a tiny bit more damage, and Deathnote might have actually held and won the game right there. Because then the Mountain King's getting bolt surrounded right after that. But he does hold. 58 against 61. Hero levels kind of similar. We still got a game. Is there any upgrade advantage for HawK? He does have his blacksmith, but he's only now getting 1-0. Deathnote, I imagine, does not have a blacksmith. No. So it translates to a slight experience advantage, a slight supply advantage, and a slight upgrade advantage for HawK, which are all big deals individually. Combine them, and it might be difficult for Deathnote in the long run. Priest goes down. Book of the Dead is the worst possible item to find here. Early potion, I like that from HawK. The Mountain King gets surrounded. TP trying to be swapped, but he couldn't get there in time. Didn't actually have a TP, never mind. Had nothing. And that might seal the deal. In game 1, it was a nice attempt at holding for Deathnote. Always like there being extra footmen. Sometimes in Human Mirror, you'll even see players build excess footmen at this stage in the game just to AFK here because they're expendable. Especially if you have defend and they have towers up. Sometimes they're even better than anything else at harassing the expo. So don't think it's a mistake if you see footmen in the production at this stage in the game. Militia to defend against that footman. Mountain King was Tavern rebought. Almost dies again. He could have got an Ankh, he could have got a Health Stone, he could have got heal wards from that red camp, but he had to get a Book of the Dead that can't even be used. There's too many priests. That 1 upgrade advantage is slowly turning into a 2 upgrade advantage with the armor upgrade finishing soon for HawK. He's also getting close to level 6, but at least Deathnote managed to get his own level 5. He went Aura as well, so I guess that's just a standard thing to do. Noted. Double heal scroll for HawK. And 67 versus 66 supply, actually. That surprises me. But we just look at the items alone. And second attack upgrade on its way now. Blacksmith only just being built for Deathnote. Now, we've got to be careful, but there's actually no mana for a bolt. There's about to be in a sec. Breaker feedback deals with that. A good start for Deathnote. Having Mountain King mana when your opponent does not is a big advantage. Allows you to actually get some kills, whether that be a priest or a hero or whatever. These 2 breakers split off to attack the priest. You'd like to see that. If priests are healing anything other than breakers, you're winning the fight. Kind of bolt and surround. As soon as he had the mana, bolt and surround heal scroll saves the other Archmage. He wanted to force the TP. Greater heal also swapped. This Archmage is dead. And it was so close to getting that AM kill 2 times for Deathnote, but unfortunately, he just didn't get it. Still supply even, though. Somehow, some way. Level 6 Archmage, maybe he'll just get out. Kill all the peasants and then retreat. Clap on the peasants. And GG is called. Deathnote tried to hold on, but just unfortunately too far behind in too many ways, and 1-0. And we didn't lag the whole game. Can you imagine? Yeah, clap is... It's maybe not the best, but it does have its uses, for sure, in Human Mirror. Alright, just waiting for both players to join. And again, we're going to see more of this matchup right after versus Chaemiko. Right after this. But we're probably going to see a stylistic switch depending on who's playing Chaemiko. Like, I think we might see some tier 3. We might see some wacky stuff. Pit Lord second, maybe. But for now, we go into last Refuge. And we're good. Last Refuge, a map with a mercenary camp, which makes it more likely to see a fast expansion. But more often than that, you just see a, early defend footman, a lot of extra mercenaries. You get defend footman because there's more piercing units with the berserker and the priest. And then it's just extended tier 1 stage of the game. All right, game 2. See if any of our predictions come true. A couple of spikes. Like I said, we might have to go Flow TV on this server, but better early than in the middle of a fight at the 25-minute mark. So we'll see. Keep an eye on it. One more of those and we'll... Okay, as I say that, we get one more. Yeah, I think we go Flow TV real quick. Might as well. A little bit to spiky. Probably could have observed through it, but it's only a matter of time before we get a big lag spike and someone loses their Archmage, and then it's my fault they lost. You know what I mean? So we wait 100 seconds for our game to start, and then we'll be right back to where we were. Wait, we didn't pay out the prediction, did we? Or is that just from before? I'm just still seeing it at the top of my chat. Oh well, it's just channel points. Who cares? Who cares? Stare. Alrighty, 50 seconds for our next match. I'm very excited to see some Starbuck Orc later on too. If it's anything like his series versus HawK, the Paladin second stuff in Orc vs. Human has been cool to watch develop a little bit. A little bit more hit and run from the Orc. Everything's fine? Okay, perfect, perfect. A little bit more hit and run because there's no Mountain King, of course, to catch units when they're, you know, attacking your buildings and stuff, so can make the games a little bit more epic, as we saw in Turtle Rock yesterday. So excited for that, but game 2 in 5 seconds. Okay, there we go. Are we in? I think we're in. Okay, we're in. Oh, right, I might have to restart the overlay too, though. So give me a sec. I'll actually play this music again. Let's see. Is the overlay broken? Did Carson actually know that Remo's known for paying out the wrong gambit? Really? I don't think I've ever done that. Luckily. I've been worried about it, though. Okay, yeah, the overlay is broken, so let me restart. Gonna fix it, and then we'll be into the game. I always forget until it's too late that happens to the overlay. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I mean, if we ever were to give things out for channel points, maybe, but it ain't a big deal. But who knows? Maybe for 10 million points, we'll give you like a, you know, you can sleep on my couch or something like that. You know what I mean? Then people would really start caring about it. I mean, ... where game 2? Oh, man. Really? Really? That's what you type in the chat, eh? That's what you chose to type today. That's your one message you chose to type. Okay. Okay, the game crashed. That's always fun when that happens. We're loading in again. It's pretty comfortable, Jay. It's not too bad. Oh, the game's crashing over and over again now. Why? Why does this happen? Is it the server? Is it the server that's doing this? Am I gonna have to make these guys play on a terrible server? Is these are guys streaming? This is very disappointing. Trying again. Not too bad. He admitted it. You flinched. Well, we've crashed 3 times now. Let me try restarting everything. Fun. Very fun. Just wanted the overlay to work. We were in the game and it was working. I just wanted to fix the overlay. What's weird is like Flow TV never doesn't work for me on my own stream. I've never had Flow TV not work. Except for when I do it here during a tournament. Okay, let's try again. And I don't know why. And I watch like a lot of Flow TV games as well throughout the week. I watch a whole lot. One might even say hundreds of Flow TV games. Not touching anything? It might be working. It might be working. I'm very scared to touch anything though. We're gonna give it 5 more seconds. Okay, I think we're good, everybody. Whew. Saved. Saved and Pog in the chat is what I need now, okay? The overlay is updating. Perfect. Here we go, game 2. Sorry for the delay. Bottom left of the last Refuge is HawK. Upper right is Mr. Deathnote. Remember all that stuff I said about defend footmen and merc camps and all that? Well, repeat it in your heads. It still remains true even if it's 5 minutes later. Oh, good, we had an ad break as well. That's perfect. That's perfect. There I go. This is exactly where we were in the game. Three farms. Tower first, actually. Who has the right build order? Okay, someone's got to be right here. Who's right? Unless Deathnote's just not going to build a tower at all. Footmen again go towards the golem. It's a more difficult pull on this map than it is on Hammerfall because there's just more things to disrupt, like Mud Golem, Trapper, all that.
A player's forces are under attack.
But both players successfully do it. And again, a battle for the best item. And a question on my side of whether or not they're even going to buy a Priest. Priest was hugely nerfed recently, to the point of being not very good at all, not really worth the 195 gold anymore, so maybe they just won't buy it. Murloc Camp gets pulled by HawK, which is a fancy looking play, but not a lot of substance to it, to be honest. Belt for both players. Same item again. That was Priest nerfed. It does half the dispel damage on summons, and it also has a longer restock timer by 60 seconds. Or is it half? It's not. It might not be half dispel damage, which was quite significant. Slippers versus gauntlets. A lot of strength for the future Mountain King, I suppose. Footman, Jason Footman. Tech before tower. And this will be tech before tower as well, but he'll more quickly have his to be upgraded. And there's the priest, actually, for Deathnote. There's HawK. Gonna skip it, at least before he gets his tech. No, he techs and then grabs the Berserker. Okay. And has level 3, Gloves of Haste. Deathnote also gets level 3. 250 to 150. Okay, so not quite half. That's a massive chunk of it, though. It's a 40%. Is that right? Is my math check out? 40%? Which you don't often see 40% nerfs on something. Boots of speed and a ring found, by the way. Quite awful items, honestly. But the Mountain Kings will be happy, I suppose. Both players level 3. And we do have Defend coming online for HawK. Both players did buy the Priest. And they're fighting kind of over the shop right now. One Priest spell used on a freshwater elemental. You can do it on a new one. It's worth it. You just don't want to abolish one that you don't know how long until it expires. Camp gets pulled. Both players have a mercenary ensnared, but both seem to be safe. One footman will go down right before Defend is triggered. But Deathnote does not have... Oh, no, he does have Defend. They both do, in fact. So going to be mostly Archmage doing the damage at this point. I don't know why they wanted to get creeps involved in this, but it seems to have been favoring HawK the whole time. Unless Deathnote can get this Ogre Magi. It seems like everything's going to go HawK's way. Experience will go to HawK as well. Scroll the Beast maybe could be used right now if he wants to continue fighting. Berserker was blocked for a while. One more auto attack, but the items, are good enough to get the last hit. It's being chased. Should be saved. Tier 2's done. Mountain King's on the way again. And being chased around as well. And that's it. That's the early game. Favoring HawK for sure, getting that item. And I think he got more kills as well. Yeah, looking at the footman count. Seems like he did. He lost his Berserker, but killed 2 extra footmen. And he got the item. If you look at the experience, slight advantage there as well. So, not huge, but slight in HawK's favor. Militia called. Double Sanctum again, and this looks like a tier 2 expansion. HawK gonna go for the next shop. And the Mountain King is here as well now. Ooh, look at all the low footmen. Gonna be some good healing in a sec. Deathnote choosing to solo creep the MK. HawK choosing to go for level 4 quicker. Debate can be had, I suppose. Both are valid. And HawK looking to pressure the expansion. Or maybe pull the red even. Starbuck will probably play Orc. We'll see. I mean, the map pool's good enough for him to play Orc. I believe. Militia called. And red camp can be easily killed. Could take the entire camp, actually. Unless Deathnote somehow moves slightly to the left. Book of Flames. Hard to say whether or not you sell that one, but he'll probably sell it. And Deathnote, at this point, I think sees the creeping. HawK definitely does because of the high ground vision. All crept except for one Berserker. High ground pretty significant here. All these units are missing right now. Berserker goes down. Priest is probably next. The Mercenary Priest, that is. Yeah, not a good fight for Deathnote. His Archmage has been missing the whole time. One Priest gets a Dispel before it goes down for HawK. Cloak of Flames, also pretty valuable at this stage when there's still a bunch of footmen left over. Already gets Mountain King level 3, lands the Surround as well. Weird first message in the chat, but okay. Expansion up and going to be pressured.
Town is under siege.
Footmen split off to pressure the peasants, and Arcane Tower going to be canceled. Water Elemental dealt with. Bolt now on the Archmage. Level 3 finally on the Mountain King. Potion of Vulnerability. Bolt on the Archmage. And there's no items on him at all. Deathnote gonna lose the Archmage. And then TP out by HawK. HawK does not have an expansion though. So he is down economically.
A player's forces are under attack.
Immediate pressure again. Oh, he does have expansion. He expanded at the red. My bad. My bad. Weird to expand here is why I wasn't paying attention to it. Blacksmith coming up for HawK as well, who's playing defensively at his high ground. Ogre Mauler picked up. Forward Arcane Tower is interesting. It is cool. Very defensive for both. 56 versus 53. Militia going to be much more accessible for Deathnote, of course, in this position. You could even probably call them all the way here, really. At least for a second, which is sometimes all you need. Cloak of Flame's still going to find some value with the extra mercenaries we have. Bolt kills the priest. Water Elemental dispelled. Archmage level 5. This might be level 3 Water Elemental game, to be honest, but he does go immediately for the aura. So I guess that's just what you do. It's just 100% of the time what you do. We'll see what Chaemiko does in the next series, I suppose. Arcane Tower, not yet canceled. I don't even know if he's seen it yet. Does now with the Peasant. High ground also a little bit wonky, of course. You never really know. Chop as well. At the expansion. 53 against 62. Potion of Vulnerability on both heroes, but no TP for either player. Look at the items on the MK as well. Everything on the Mountain King. And we're just chilling. We're chilling and we're macroing. But still, Deathnote ahead in supply. Both players getting upgrades. Soon to be 1-1 versus 1-0 in favor of HawK. What do you do here? You can't really, with these expo positions, ever really leave, and you don't want to attack into an Arcane Tower. So we're kind of in a weird stalemate here, which I'm all up for. Priests go a little bit out of position, but they're okay. Now, who wants to take the unfavored fight? And if HawK pushes, he's going to be fighting against Militia probably as well. Finds the Ogre Mauler. Going to be tough to actually get the kill. King careful. Priest goes down to the bolt. Careful with your Mountain Kings, though. It's really the name of this fight. Who's going to get bolted and feedback more? But HawK seems to just be confident to bolt priests and secure the kills, whereas Deathnote may be a little bit afraid to burn his bolt. Listen, the Mountain King dives like this. There's a bolt. Both players out of mana. And HawK pressing forward, 66 against 62. Healthier heroes. And healthier breakers even for HawK. So to be a bolt or a level 3 finding its value. Arcane Tower is the next target. Mountain King careful. Arcane Tower is now killed. Militia come in from the right-hand side. Archmage finally gets level 5. 68 against 65. HawK actually turning the supply in his favor. Cloak of Flame still getting value. Though to be a bolt in a second if there's no feedback on the side of HawK. Deathnote already has his. Bolt now. Both players take a lot of damage, but HawK still has that potion of vulnerability on both heroes. And a heal scroll at some point he got it. Does he have backpack? No, he managed to get back to the shop and grab one. Not sure when, to be honest with you. 70 against 70 still. Tier 3 for Deathnote. When did he sneak that in? Always keeping an eye on the Mountain King mana. Water Elemental. Now free reign now that the Arcane Tower's dead. Second armor upgrade coming up. And second barracks for Deathnote to go into Knights. But he's losing supply. 73 against 65. Bolt now on the Mountain King. Is there enough damage? The Breakers are in a good position to block the way. Both players getting low on their MK, but still, HawK has the Potion of Invulnerability. Water Elementals over here. Priests now have to go out of position to get rid of them, but they're split preemptively. Seems like HawK is chipping away, but maybe if Deathnote could hold out for the tier 3, the Paladin's on the way. He's going for his first Knight.
The town is under siege.
Town Hall going to be focused down. I don't know if there's any defending this. Is he going to TP? Yeah, he's going to use his Town Portal, waiting for the Paladin. He doesn't have enough time to wait for the Pally. He's going to have enough time to wait for any of his tier 3 upgrades here. Knight is a little bit too late. Paladin's a little bit too late. He does Town Portal with some Militia. A level 6 Archmage as well. And just gets the hell out of there. But just goes right to his shop. Tier 3 as well now for HawK. TP now purchased. Still has the Potions of Invulnerability. 63 against 76. This expansion losing all of its gold right when he needed the gold most for the tier 3 upgrades is tough. I mean, he's got one Knight and a Paladin and a Staff. That's what he got out of tier 3. But HawK has the much bigger army, and if he forces Deathnote back, he's going to shut down this expansion once again. It's getting tough for Deathnote. Mountain King surround, but big Potion of Vulnerability used immediately. And now the counter surround on the Mountain King. Staff is going to have to be used in a second. It is off cooldown, right? Holy Light for now. Paladin next on the table. Does have the Staff, just use it, but now the Mountain King is not as safe as he once was. Level 5 Mountain King. Maybe going to bolt the Knight. He does just that, knowing he can kill it because there's only one Staff available, obviously. Doesn't actually kill the Knight. Needs to finish his food. 79 against 63. Mass TP, I'm not sure where. Into the main? Does go into the main to kill the Paladin. Why not, I guess. And now he can just ping-pong between both bases, as long as he can get something into the main. Because he knows they already shut down this expansion. He knows it's not mining at all. This might be checkmate. There's no TP right now for Deathnote, and he can kill the expansion, sure, but he's going to lose his whole main. There's no play Deathnote can make. He's going to try to buy a TP, which he does, but is he going to have the time to kill this expansion? Peasants going down. And an actual normal town portal back to his Expo. Right on top of the Archmage. There it is. Bolt level 3 as well. Immediately forcing the town portal. And Mass TP is going to be off cooldown in a sec. Also tier 3 done. There's the Paladin, Staff, and Orb. And HawK could kill this. Like, it's still technically 2-base, but it's more like 0 versus 2. And Deathnote, I don't know if he has any plays, man. Can't even afford to get his Paladin back. He's stuck at his base. Nowhere near level 6 either. Unfortunately, this seems to be 2-0. There's the GG. And now we have HawK versus Chaemiko. Nice try, Deathnote. Nice game. Mass TP. When used correctly, Mass TP is probably the best ultimate in the game. But the reason why it's not the best, technically, is because it's so hard to use. So 2-0. One more Human Mirror. And then Starbuck is waiting in the finals. Let's adjust this. Chaemiko versus HawK. So now 3 players eliminated. Dise, Deathnote, Lucifer, and I guess Mr. Winner at the start of the day. Undead music, but we're going into a Human Mirror. What could be more fitting? And, okay, we did load successfully. And we're in to our next series semi-final now. As already mentioned, winner is going to be facing Starbuck. And really, I'd say between these 3 players, Chaemiko, HawK, Starbuck, especially with it being human versus orc, even though Starbuck had a really good performance yesterday against HawK, I could see any 3 of these guys taking it, really. New Gamba? Ah, yes, yes. Let me do it. I don't know why the Gambas are pinned. Did I pin them by accident? I'll figure that out in a sec. Who win best of 3? Chaemiko? HawK? Those are the players playing, right? Yeah, they are. We're going really fast today, so I'm getting all mixed up, you know? Which is good. Credit to the guys for vetoing quickly and all that good stuff. Here's our next series. Hammerfall to start us off. Chaemiko in the upper left in the red. HawK in the bottom right in the blue. Now, there's a chance that we have a very, very similar series to last. But we'll see. Should I just ban this guy? Weirding everyone out. He's really killing the vibe here, man.
A player's forces are under attack.
Golems crept again. Similar situation to last series. You like him? Okay. Well, if you like him, you sub today, so you get to make a call there. Oh, there's a 1-to-1 vote. It's tied. Okay, circlet found. Plausible save is what we're looking for over here.
Player's forces are under attack.
Ring of Regen, that's also pretty good. That's the second best item. I'd say Circlet's the third best. I'd call Claws the number one. Could be debated, but I think it's pretty true to say. One Footman. Gets an important scout to see whether or not it's a fast expansion.
Players' forces are under attack.
Oops, sorry. And same creep route from both. Tech more or less the same as well, so maybe Deathnote was the weird one in the last series, doing a different creep route. A backpack. Oh yeah, Chaemiko did get backpack. I don't know if he found any value with it. There seems to be the normal amount of items for both players. But the reason why he gets backpack in this position, I think, is if
A player's forces are under
HawK
attack.
goes for a similar creep route to Deathnote. Let's say he goes for Golem into this, into Split Militia on one of these two camps. The backpack just steals the item. But both players did a close to the base creep route. With Chaemiko going for a quick snipe on the Forest Troll, so... Push and Vulnerability already grabbed, and he took pretty much no damage to do that. He's going to grab both right away, whereas HawK chooses to go into the main, but not going to get much done. I love the shop safely in this position as well. Very nice base build. Chaemiko is playing really clean. Like I mentioned at the start of the day, he's been practicing a lot. His Worth of Champions account has insane stats as well. And it's kind of showing. This has been a really nice opener, but he's taken a little bit of economic damage. Double Water Elemental. And Footman also goes down. And how much damage is worth getting both those consumables? Not this much, probably, right? Footman now defending. But all the attacking Footmen actually make it out safely. So this is just free damage, pretty much, by HawK. Gets out safe. His shop is already going to be up. And Chaemiko's down to 12 peasants. It seems like it should be less than that, really, but he saved a couple on low HP. Look at the base build, though. I know he just took a lot of economic damage, but double Sanctum space right there. Shop. Boom. Farm wall for the main. It's a very good base build. But HawK is playing this pressure really good. Another militia kill. And his macro back at home should be uninterrupted.
A player's forces are under attack.
And it is. He even has double Arcane Tower, just in case there was a counterattack, he would get the better end of that trade. I think all the Footmen lived, for the most part. Yeah, if there's 8 Footmen right now, I think they all lived. Shredder for Chaemiko. It's funny, he took so much economic damage, but none of it really matters once that Shredder starts mining. But I guess it does matter in a way that he's not going to have that much excess peasants to get an expansion up. Like, he's got 5, but that means he has 5 just for the expo and nothing else. He can't build farms, he can't build a blacksmith, he can't build a tower. So it does hurt in that way. But the Shredder will make up for all the lumber losses. Doesn't even need to chop his way into the base, it's already open. And because of this, Chaemiko might prefer to play one base, to be honest. And just play very aggressive into what seems to be HawK expanding, or attempting to right now. Scroll the Beast used right away. Might as well. Before there's Priest with Dispel. Push and Vulnerability from the other lab is on the Mountain King, which he also uses right away. Again, might as well use both these items. It's a very crucial part in the game. If you can stop HawK from expanding, he'll make up the peasant losses. A lot of footmen fall. HawK is still at 6 footmen. Chaemiko's the first to get level 4, of course. He did more creeping in the early game. But both consumables gone. Expansion successfully delayed.
A player's forces are under attack.
But with no more footmen, he's going tier 3 right away. Maybe a Zeppelin? Yep. Tier 3 and some harass. Maybe even a Blizzard retrain could be a play. Chaemiko's doing some interesting stuff right now. We'll see how well it works out. HawK is just doing the standard path, his work for him versus Deathnote, and he's going to continue doing that in this series. Goes for the tier 2 expansion. It's a little bit late because of the pressure, but pretty clean creeping regardless. Zeppelin. Not being very subtle, is it? But there's not a lot of anti-air in Human Mirror. So it'll last even if it's known about. Chaemiko just sitting there. He knows he's going tier 3, so he's buying some time for himself. Oh, Archmage? I thought he was going to go for the surround. No, he goes for the Town Hall cancel. Now that's a cool play. Water Elemental in 2 seconds. He'll have to TP for this. Unless he can somehow keep the Zeppelin alive. It's going to be risky to save the MK. But he does. Will he go for the Town Hall cancel one more time? No, I don't think he's able to. This one attack for mortar teams coming online as well as a workshop. Chaemiko, are you willing to drop the Mountain King for a bolt steal on this? No. Just goes back home. Expansion hugely delayed. The entirety of tier 3 was completed from that harass, and the Town Hall's not even up yet.
A player's forces are under attack.
But HawK is no doubt a lot stronger for the time being. Paladin coming up. Mortar teams, no fragmentation shards just yet. First Knight as well. And when is Chaemiko strong enough to hit a timing? It always feels weird because you have such a small army when you're one base tier 3. Because you need so many upgrades. You get one mortar team, then frag shards. You get one Knight, then multiple upgrades. Be careful of those spikes, by the way. Keep an eye on them. Priest does get Dispels off before it dies, or was that HawK's Dispel, so never mind.
A player's forces are under attack.
Sork's also. HawK is really aware of what's going on. Maybe he even revealed? But the Sorks just are a dead giveaway that he knows it's tier 3. Paladin's out. Mortar team. The first one's going to be caught out of position. This one's definitely dead. Unless the Zeppelin can save it. Or the Paladin with the staff, actually. No, Bolt secures that kill. And we're just creeping up in the meantime. Very tanky Mountain King. Second Knight on the way. Is he supply block? No. Second Knight on the way. Bolt on the Paladin. TP back probably here. Oh, even better. He gets the surround and is still in a very defensive position. Is there no way of saving this Mountain King? He's got to pass the TP somehow. Right now he's blocked. Okay, he does fight his way out. But this sort of fight in the main is exactly what Chaemiko wants with mortar teams. Does have fragmentation shards as well. $50 supply HawK with 1,300 gold. He needs a shredder right now. He's going tier 3 himself in a second barracks. I do worry a little bit for HawK with this macro right now and the greediness to go tier 3 himself. If he loses that expansion, it'd be tough. Shredder getting involved. Chaemiko has enough lumber on one base at this point. Could staff out the Shredder though. Doesn't go for it, saving it for the night. In fact, it's on cooldown, but Chaemiko just calls GG. HawK is too strong. HawK has the expansion. Chaemiko, too weak of an early game. That's what I mean, even though Chaemiko is kind of at the peak of his game right now. 1-0 for HawK. It's human mirror at the end of the day. Who cares if he had no lumber? Doesn't matter. Okay. Potentially one more game before our grand finals. We'll see if Chaemiko can tie it up. I'd be honestly surprised if he didn't. A little bit of water break. Everybody. And we go into Concealed Hill. Thought these games were tomorrow. No, the first weekly cup of the month is tomorrow. So we have back-to-back, but it will just be a regular cup tomorrow. No finals. All right, both players are ready. We are going. Their MMR, by the way, very close. Chaemiko on this account. He's got another account with higher MMR, but 2635 on his old account. 2647 for HawK. Hell yeah, Bua. Okay, Concealed Hill. Already a different series from the first. Upper right here is HawK as the blue. And in the red, in the bottom left, is Chaemiko. Eroticos, thank you for the 10 months. How you doing? Appreciate that. Okay, anything wildly different would surprise me. The first main question is not going to be what the hero is. It will probably be an Archmage, but it will be, will they go for the labs or not right away? Because you can go for this camp, and then over here, and then maybe over here, and then militia this, something like that, and you have a little bit of a quicker tech because of that. But more commonly, it would be something like this, into militia this, or, you know, some order of those 4 camps, or 5 camps on the left or right-hand side. All will be revealed depending on where the footmen go. And it will be lab creep for Chaemiko, and we see HawK's footman also going there. There's a pull. And a little bit later, there's a pull as well. So just off the rip, Chaemiko's already a little bit quicker. They're not going to make a huge difference, but it's interesting to see.
A player's forces are under attack.
Items, hard to say what the best is. Greater Mana Wand and Scroll the Beast, if they're used in the early game, they're really strong. Greater Heal, Potion of Vulnerability, if saved for the Mountain King, can be really good. The better of those two being the Potion of Invulnerability, because it breaks feedback and breaks surrounds and stuff like that. Scroll the Beast can be good. Wand will definitely be good. They both should be used sooner rather than later. Footman Scout being dealt with, this Footman being annoying. If you could just force Militia to be called as often as possible with this Footman, it's done its job. And that's going to be the goal for both players. Delay that tech as much as you can. They both go for the same creep route. Defensive.
player's
tech
forces
started.
are under attack.
Not for both players yet. But HawK was a couple seconds behind in every regard, even with his initial creeping, so I think his hero was even slightly later, so that makes sense. Still, it's an exact mirror for the most part. But level 3 going to be quicker for Chaemiko. HawK decided to chase around that footman, successfully kills it. So it's a trade. Chaemiko level 3. Quite a bit faster. It's the shop we go. Maybe boots and circlet could be purchased. No farm at either lab, by the way. Surprises me. I guess it just delays your tech too much, because it would be the 4th farm to be built. Both arcane towers cancelable. But still, just forcing the repair with especially the gold peasants is well worth it. Good pressure from Chaemiko. Look at all this gold time lost. Footman healing up over here. Water elemental dealt with, but he actually got the tower? Still? That amazes me. Huge damage with a single water elemental in that case. HawK does manage to get the Ogre Magi, which could be a good item. Crystal Ball, useful. Sees all the timings of the Mountain King and the expansion and stuff. HawK ran out of gold for repair. Oh, that's what happened. Because he pulled gold peasants to repair it, obviously. We can just check the gold mines really quick just to see. Even though it was a small thing, 96, that was 250 gold lost, not having those peasants on the gold while repairing that tower. So it seems like a small thing, but 250 gold and the tower not canceled, killed, from one water elemental. Big deal. For now, just small trades. This is where the items come into play. This is where the fountains also are very important. You can be a little bit more liberal with your Archmage health and Footman health. Especially the Archmage health. One Footman gonna go down as it seems. Nope, blocked by the water elemental. That was actually intentional from Chaemiko. You can see him microing it. Gonna give up a little bit of experience. Chaemiko goes into the main. Is he going to go for the altar kill? He's got enough time, technically, to kill the altar. But no, just goes for peasants. Forcing militia to be called, and then just getting out of the base. Back at home, his macro is perfect. And again, everything just a little bit quicker for Chaemiko. Mountain King is out quicker. And everything lining up perfectly for Chaemiko. It's a lot of small advantages that are adding up. And HawK, is he going to go right for that expansion? Seems like it. The standard timing, give or take 30 seconds here. Normally you'd wait a little bit longer, but he was delayed enough to just go for it right now. Chaemiko doing the same. Crystal Ball, is that revealing? Yep, seeing the timing. So that's why Crystal Ball is good. It's just to confirm the timings. And if he didn't see him here, maybe he'd send a reveal into the main to check if there's a tier 3 tech, or he'd do a delay second reveal here. Just to see, because like if he's not creeping this right now, he's probably pulling the center red, and then that gives you a lot of information. So Crystal Ball, underrated.
A player's forces are under attack.
I would say. Just immediate access to the information that makes a big difference. And now because Chaemiko saw him here, he knows that the red camp in the center is still available, so he knows he's got timing to pull it. This is, or because of HawK, he knows Chaemiko's at the bottom right. Knows he can pull the center. All due to the Crystal Ball info that he's getting this. Or at least that he's confident enough to go for it, let's say. This could be a big item, looking for Endurance Aura, most likely. And he gets second best there. Unholy Aura. Wards at this point wouldn't be surprised to see those sold, but it's a tough sell. Is that a Zeppelin? Did he just go to the lab? No, he didn't. No Shredder, no Zeppelin. Expo up at pretty much the same time for both players. Chaemiko sneaks across. Or rather, HawK sneaks across, sorry. I think the colors swap between games, right? Is that why I'm getting confused? So HawK with a really good play. Could actually kill the Arcane Tower if he focuses it. But he wants to go for the Peasants first and foremost. Chaemiko comes in from the back. The Priest well positioned. And when are we going to have to TP? Because we will eventually, I'm pretty sure, for HawK. Just trying to kill as many Peasants as he can. Even if he loses both Priests, if he kills all the Peasants, I'd say it's worth it for him. Only loses one. Chaemiko does throw the bolt to go for the surround, but I mean, you were going to TP out anyway. Good play from HawK. And Footman over here did some damage, but didn't get any kills. Or maybe they had just shown up. It's a good awareness from HawK to TP to the Expo as opposed to just TPing the standard place, which would be back home. One bolt kills one Footman. Red Camp being pulled, which will be Mountain King level 3 and Archmage level 4 for Chaemiko. Blacksmith coming online for both, and supply actually already broken upkeep, HawK. Both going for the red. Map almost crept out now. We have just 3 greens after these fountains. And a relatively even game. Both players with their consumables still. We just saw the scroll to be sold for double heal scroll. Not an exact trade, but a lot of extra gold from the scroll to beast. One mana stealing still available as well. Sobi Mask now for the Mountain King is great. And +6 intelligence, also really good for either hero. Tough to say which one it's better on.
A player's forces are under attack.
Probably will be thrown on the Archmage though. Maybe not. And there is one green camp left, and that's this one. Oh, and the scraps at the red. Okay, always forget about that. That's a lot of experience. You know, there may be no item here, but it's still like, you know, 4th or 5th on the map for amount of XP. '54 versus 64. Upgrades soon to be 1-0 for HawK. And soon to be 1-0 for Chaemiko as well. But a much bigger army, seemingly, for HawK. TP sold. Double heal scroll for Chaemiko. I suppose that's why there's a supply gap, right? How valuable is double heal scroll in this matchup? We'll see. Militia is obviously better for HawK here because he's closer to his main. Retrain into Blizzard. Always a cool choice. Doesn't get that much value. The issue with not having water elementals is you don't really have an easy access to something to harass the peasant line while you fight. You can't use them in the fights because of Priest Dispel, but if you force them elsewhere, you can throw the water elementals into the peasant line, which Blizzard can be good for too, but you need the Archmage in the fight. So there's advantages and disadvantages. The positioning here going to be good for a Blizzard, though. Bolt on both heroes. Tempted Mountain King surround, it looked like there for Chaemiko. Bolt now. Does he lock it in? That is locked in, but Potion of Vulnerability. Blizzard on the Priest and Town Portal out before the Potion of Vulnerability burned. Oh, Mountain King almost would have died. If he had TP'd a couple seconds later, would have forced maybe the Potion of Vulnerability, or if he got a Lucky Bash, could have gotten the Mountain King kill, actually. Blizzard again, making this a little bit more chaotic. Bolt on the Archmage. I guess that's one other added advantage of Blizzard, is it forces inefficient bolts, because the Archmage ain't never dying to a bolt like that. Okay, Footmen split off. This is where Water Elemental could come in handy, but the Footmen do just fine while they're still alive. +2 attack on the way for Chaemiko, who's already 1-1. HawK also is 1-1, but not getting that third upgrade just yet. MK level 4, there's a bash upgrade. Triple heal scroll, which all 3 are available. Still for Chaemiko. And the Footmen stopping the mining. This is Chaemiko in a really good position, and with those heal scrolls, he can sit here for a long time. And just delay. Make this fight last as long as it possibly can, and then he's mining on 2 bases, and the supply gap is going to get even bigger. Arcane Tower now goes down. One mana stealing finally being used by HawK. 1 heal scroll has been burned. He's got 2 more left. Level 5 Archmage. Still just trying to make the fight last as long as it can, but there's a surround. Needs to be careful of a bolt. In a second, he's going to get bolted. Bolts the MK of HawK so that he can get his Archmage a big enough gap to run away. Forces the bolt on a priest. Now the breaker feedback means that HawK has no more bolts available to him. Maybe a heal scroll could be used. Expansion's still shut down. Only 1 peasant mining over there. And Chaemiko gets out of here without having to use the town portal. No aura on either of these MKs, so that means the Sobi Mask is actually going to get Chaemiko the first bolt in this exchange. Bash, that's a really valuable bash, and now the aura's in range. He's going to have a bolt on the MK. This MK is dead, unless there's a Zeppelin something coming from Fog of War. No, it's just dead. There we go. Bolt and MK done for. Was ambitious to go to the fountain in the first place. HawK has the resources to Tavernry by it, but that was expansion shut down for a long time. Checking the gold mine difference. 95 versus... Oh, well, never mind. Thought it was going to be a big difference, but actually it's favoring HawK still. Footman finally dealt with. 70 against 64. Chaemiko out of heal scrolls. Trying to kill the Archmage. He saw there was no TP, and he's just diving for the Archmage. He has a bolt in a second. Breaker feedback stops the bolt from happening. We see the importance of Breaker Focus Fire there. If not, this Archmage was dead, but he just actually gets out alive. He ran all the way around the gold mine and got out the other side. Oh my god. 70 against 72. Mountain King back in 40 seconds. Blizzard finally doing something. But now it's doing nothing. So we see it's kind of like, you know, sometimes Blizzard looks really good, and sometimes it just kind of, meh. Because, like, right here, Water Elemental could be attacking these peasants. And HawK would have to, like, move priests over really awkwardly, you know?
A player's forces are under attack. A town is under
Footman
siege.
finds its way back in, but going to be easily dealt with. 1 priest out of position goes down. Choke point is weird. Chaemiko forgot his priest for a second. Mountain King's back. Is HawK turning this around? 75 against 73. 1 breaker goes down on the side of HawK. Blizzard is getting some value now. Oh my god, a lot of value. Holy. Positioning not great for HawK. All the priests forced into the back healing each other instead of healing the breakers in the front, which means the trades are going to favor Chaemiko, especially with the upgrade advantage he has, 2-1. Second attack upgrade only now started. Breakers surrounded. That's 2 kills. Mountain King level 5 as well. Expansion, mining, finally. HawK not very close to level 5 at all. He's actually a fresh level 4, and that's just because he was dead for such a long time. It's not as though HawK hasn't been killing units, but all the XP went to the Archmage. Bolt now on the Mountain King, but positioned properly. Blizzard, this time, a lot more value. And this is where Bolt starts to really matter, because 1 auto attack and a Bolt will kill a priest. So 1 Blizzard Rain and a Bolt will also kill a priest. Which is what we just saw. Maybe we should start blizzarding these peasants. Seems like that'll be the play. There we go. And that's all the mining shut down. Gotta be careful with your MK if you're Chaemiko, though. It was a little bit far forward there. Mining shut down, but only for a second. Blizzard on the militia. 77 versus 72. And upgrades are finally even for maybe the first time this whole game. Oh, bolt here. Gotta be careful with this Mountain King. HawK is kind of breaking through a little bit. Does lose a breaker. Oh, bolt that we mentioned earlier. Does he lock in the surround? Of kind of an awkward surround attempt. Bash. And Chaemiko actually gets it. The turnaround. He's got a potion of healing. HawK has a potion of vulnerability. Or Chaemiko has a potion of vulnerability. Mountain King does die. Did he try to swap something? He swapped the TP unsuccessfully at the end. And level 6 now for the Archmage. And we saw how good Mass TP could be earlier. And even though the supply is even, I think HawK is going to be leaving in a second. Almost level 6 Mountain King as well. And just throws a bolt on a priest. Doesn't even care. Blizzard lands on top. And next Blizzard will shut down the mining again. And the writing's been on the wall for a while, but HawK's been miraculously holding on. But look at the Blizzard. Oh, yeah. Oh, Footmen were down here, though. I wonder how many of these plays have been made while we've been fighting at the top.
A player's forces are under attack.
Seems like quite a few. Oh, yeah, he didn't go for mass teleport. Wow. Seems like quite a few of those plays have been made because the gold mine is not actually mined that much for Chaemiko. But HawK's still gonna call the GG, and we have one more human mirror today, everybody. We go for a game 3. That was a long fight. Okay, one more game here, and then winner of this map will play Starbuck in the finals. And then we'll get some Orc vs. Human. Best of 5 Orc vs. Human as well. Last Refuge is map 3. Oh yeah, I should unpin these now. I don't know how they got pinned in the first place, but... Dismiss? Oh, I just need to dismiss. Maybe it's not for you guys. You guys see this, but I see all the prediction payouts at the top of my chat for some reason. No, it's just a single elimination bracket. It's not a GSL, because a GSL group doesn't work with 6 players. Well, would it? It would be really long to do a GSL group with 6 players. Okay, LR again. Could see a fast X, but we have yet to see a fast expansion attempted all day. We've seen tier 3, we've seen the classic breaker mirror. We haven't seen any fast expo. Let's check it out. Last human mirror of today. Last one, okay? Maybe. Imagine Starbuck plays human. Holy. That would be crazy. That would be so crazy. Imagine a world. Starbuck could do it too. He totally could. It'd be so funny, man. I don't know if he'd do that to you guys. We were getting a little spikes at the end of last game, but nothing out of control, so we might just stick it out here. All paranoid because Flow TV wasn't working for a second earlier. So Archmage for both. We'll see if they both go for the Merc camps, but I think you guys know the answers to that one as the Footmen go east and west respectively. Just looking at this critter and it makes me mad even though there's not undead in the game. Where's that next critter too? There's supposed to be one over here, but you don't see it, do ya? Oh, there it is. It was right around there. Unbelievable. There's the pole. And now the next question is, will they buy the priest early? Sometimes you can see a footman go and try to steal the priest if you don't buy it right away, so that is an incentive for both players. Flute is pretty good. If we have a game like last, it will be very valuable. Affects every unit other than the Mountain King and the Militia. Okay, and the Footman. But yeah, gonna be good later on. Like, say, Bone Chimes are picked up here. Rune Bracers. Bone Chimes would be like the inverse of that. Really good in the early game. Not so good later on. Rune Bracers is nice, though. You think of how many bolts they're tanking on their heroes. Throw that on the MK, and he's gonna survive a lot more. I think it reduces the damage from feedback as well, which is pretty solid. Early priest for Chaemiko, but not for HawK. And both will go for the standard level 3 creep route. 4th farm for both players, which is standard on this map. Even getting defend before teching can be standard, but Chaemiko starts his tech, and HawK will start his. There it is.
A player's forces are under attack.
Footman could be chased down. It's going to take a while, though. Going to take like 5 more auto attacks from the Archmage. Nice time bought by that Footman. Both players level 3, both with, you know, okay items, but not great. Chaemiko, just like on Hammerfall, prioritizing the consumable camps as quickly as he can. And we saw the Deathnote HawK game where they both just sort of sat here in a stalemate at this stage. Chaemiko doesn't want to play that game, just right away goes for his own shop instead of going aggressive on the next one, and he'll get rewarded for the last hit and the item, Potion of Invulnerability. And does he want to keep fighting? I mean, he's already gotten what he needed. He could just go creep his expansion or something. Could even creep the lab. He's getting defend, which he's waiting for. Both players are getting defend. HawK got the last hit there. Both around the same experience. Slight edge for Chaemiko. Boots of speed purchase for HawK. Chaemiko might do the same. Could keep the cloak or sell it. You never know if it's going to be really, really useful. You also never know if it's just going to hog an inventory slot the whole game. Does keep it for now. Defend is now finished for both players. This is where Archmage items can really be useful, but neither player really has any crazy items to kill the Footman. And shop is done for Chaemiko, so all these low Footmen will be healed up eventually. Looks like HawK was going to lose 1 Footman running away. Or will he? Chaemiko could like chase across the whole map if he wanted to. Just kill these Footmen.
A player's forces are under attack.
Tier 2 is done. HawK is also going to chase into the main.
A town is under siege.
Chaemiko did not get that Footman kill. Mountain King is still 40 seconds away. And HawK knows how low all these Footmen are. Staff of Teleportation back home. Needs to desperately heal up all these Footmen. There it is. Very good healing. And tier 2 also going to be done for HawK as well. He's forgot his shop a little bit, but it's not going to be late, so maybe it wasn't forgotten at all. And those are the double sanctums. Chaemiko also going for his. They'll be done around similar times. HawK is going to have the first level 4. He's already going to get it, which is really nice to grab it before your Mountain King is out, because then you don't have to share experience. You can just, you know, leave your Archmage out of the equation entirely when you creep your things like your expansion or things like your lab or maybe the red camp. Chaemiko goes aggressive again.
Player's forces are under attack.
HawK finally healing up his footman. Chaemiko actually realizes the next shop wasn't crept either, and he's like, I'll take that for free. This will be his level 4 on the Archmage. Oh, Mountain King could go for the bolt, but not quite there in time. Scroll the Beast found. Probably will use it right now. If not, he'll use it really soon. There's the Scroll the Beast. Immediate bolt on the Mountain King. Loon Brace is coming into play. The Insnare is blocking the surround, and the MK goes down. And now the Berserker probably going to be bolted. There it is, and that will also die. And now the Priest is probably next on the table. Mountain King already level 2. All the Footmen are dying. Surprised he hasn't bolted the Priest yet. And that is not a good attempt to creep Jack. HawK could have just given this up and gone for his own creeping, but didn't want to give up that Scroll of the Beast. Oh, Priest gets ensnared, but dies eventually. The other Priest gets bolted and killed. Both players lose everything there. Yeah, HawK actually lost everything, and Chaemiko only has a Berserker left. Priest nearly dies. There will be a bolt in a second, but not really worth chasing. And are we going to go into the expansion part of the game now? Seems likely, unless someone's going tier 3, unless someone's getting an early blacksmith. I think we're going to see the militia called in a second.
A player's forces are under attack.
Now we're getting to the stage of the game where Flute's really good as well. Although on this map in particular, you have a lot of mercenaries and stuff. So Flute even gets value in the early game. Both players go for the lab. Hard to say what the best item is. Healthstone, good. Ankh, good. Heal Ward's probably underrated. Mana Stone. I mean, if you just never use it and keep it on the MK, you're always going to have a bolt from the regen. Wand of the Wind. Can maybe secure you a kill. And HawK. Was he the one that went for the red camp expansion against Deathnote, or was it the other way around? I think it was him. He likes this play. The aggressive red camp creep. Which he will get away with again. Probably even more safely creeping this than he did against Deathnote. Chaemiko I don't think is going to be here at all. Medallion of Courage, that Mountain King has some pretty nice items now. Okay, Chaemiko is running straight there, actually. And HawK does not have a Mountain King level 3, not really even close, because of that death early on. Could have bolted a Priest there, maybe, but too late now. Archmage got level 5. Let's go for the Aura. Regardless of how early level 5 is, seems like they always go for Aura. Bolt now on a Priest from Chaemiko. Still no level 3 Mountain King, but he's really, really close. Just needs a couple of kills. There he goes. Dispels the Water Elemental and kills the Priest. Gets it. Both players diving for the Priests. Chaemiko is setting up an expansion. HawK has yet to be able to. Can't even really track how many Priests have died. But Chaemiko's definitely getting the favored end of this trade because he's got the Town Hall coming up. Potion of Invulnerability will have to be burned here in a second. There it is. There's a lot of bolts with that Mana Stone. But all this delay is delay on the expansion. One of the wind utilized to not actually lose his Mountain King there. So that's high value. Yeah, Expo's up in mining. And HawK went for the blacksmith, so it seems like he's going to be playing one base. 46 against 48, but the first attack upgrade almost done. Replenishment potion actually being used. Oh, HawK now expanding, okay. Blacksmith, I suppose, is a good idea if you know you're going to be delayed a little bit. Might as well get it early if you have extra resources. 54 against 49. One priest goes down to make it 47. Second one of the wind used. Just to make sure the bolt can't land on anything out of position.
Forces are under attack.
Chaemiko pretty clean. He goes up to 60 supply. HawK's still investing in his own expansion. A little bit more creeping. Gloves of Haste going to be useful in the Mountain King. High ground position for HawK proved very useful in his last series. And Chaemiko not going to fight on that hill at all. Unless... he does go up the hill, but you kind of need to get past like this mark to not have a mischance. So if he can get past like say these trees as the markers, then he'll be in an even fight. But if he's fighting anywhere like here versus here, or even like here versus here, he's going to be in a rough spot. And that's why HawK in a way expands here. Keeps the game very, very high tempo and also gives you the slightly favored fighting position. Again, the aggressive tower. I like this style. Chaemiko sneaks off to get some heal scrolls. He's already got one. And he grabs a Tome of Retraining for the Blizzard again. 63 versus 55. The supply gap will close soon. Chaemiko already getting +2 attack. Surprised to see him not go for 1-1. For the first time today, we see him go for 2-0 first. I suppose it's a issue of lumber. Retrain has happened into Blizzard level 3. Means he's down in aura level. Water Elemental being a little annoying, but won't get any kills. And the Blizzard is huge. Making this position not actually that good. This is kind of a choke point. Breaker feedback landing. Bash on that breaker will actually secure him the kill, it looks like. Oh, the Blizzard's doing a lot now. 71 against 57. I don't think HawK can hold this. He's got to, though. That's his only play. Militia come from the back. Shop is about to get up. Oh, Blizzard is going to kill the Archmage. I think that's it. I think it's Chaemiko versus Starbuck in the Grand Finals. And yep, GG is called. A nice try to HawK. But it is Chaemiko, seed number 1. Making it to the best of 5. Who will play? Well, I hope for our sake, the Orc of Starbuck. GG's. 2 players left. All right, we'll let them get vetoes done, and I will be right back in 3.5 minutes. Stay tuned. Orc versus... No, Starbuck's race is human. Well, hold your breath. We'll see. BRB. Hello, everybody. Grand finals pretty much right now. Starbuck did choose Orc. That's why I said it in the prediction. Starbuck brackets Orc. I had one lag spike at the start of the game, so I'm waiting to see if I get another one and if I need to go flow TV or not. What's up, Sick Boy? Thank you for the 45 months. Appreciate that. How you doing? How you doing? Just in time for the one Orc player of the day. Okay, seems to be no spike again. Let's try. Let's try and see what happens. Here we go, Grand Finals, best of 5. All 5 maps will be played. Is there any map we haven't seen today? I don't think so. Tidehunters hasn't been played yet today, has it? Weirdly enough, it's gotten vetoed every time. Okay, so Chaemiko. A 1 farm? Okay, second farm's in the back. I was like, a 1 farm tech. Okay. Going for the unorthodox creep out of not going for the golem first, but Orc players started just running blindly to the golem right away. So maybe that's why humans have started switching it up a little bit. Makes sense. Claws of attack right away. And Starbuck going to scout that there's no golem and take this. I do like this order of things.
Player's forces are under attack.
Doesn't take too much damage from the poison. And he can probably just take both turtles, I suppose. Chaemiko doesn't have too many options, unless he's, like, expanding here, or he's going to go over here and creep the next camp. The most valuable camps are in the center. If the human's not going for the golem. This was, of course, 1 grunt into headhunters for Starbuck, which makes sense with how he played it. Chaemiko's here, but level 2 already found, and the slow poison creep is already dead. Mantle and claws, though, by the way. Very, very good items. Starbuck also got a single claws, but he still needs to creep this turtle. It's rightfully his. He just needs to not mess up, and he'll get it. Trading auto attacks wolves in 1 second. Does secure it. And a ring on the ground. Grunt took a lot of damage, but that's kind of what the grunt is for. Wouldn't be surprised to see Starbuck go for a shop soon. It will be maybe 4 headhunters into another grunt. That's been really common lately, is 4 headhunters, 2 grunts into Bestiary Spirit Lodge. And what's been really common for the humans in this matchup lately has been quick tech rifle caster with a paladin second, not a mountain king. Starbuck waiting around for something. Maybe going to creep a lab. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go right for the lab. Chaemiko not going to be able to do much of anything in his main with the burrow positioning as it is. Starbuck waits for the resummon of the wolves. I'm going to get, if he creeps the whole thing very close to level 3, what Chaemiko is doing is delaying the shop being built. So any damage Starbuck takes is going to be permanent for now. And the burrow, because of the damage on the Archmage, might actually die. He doesn't have enough repairing peons right now. Water Elemental luckily expires, but the Archmage is still doing too much damage. Pushing vulnerability, and level 3 for the Farseer. But there's no shop still. He's got a TP back. And he might lose a couple of headhunters, but every footman will probably be cleaned up. Okay, Grunt's definitely going to die. But will it be denied? No, not. So every footman dead, 1 burrow dead, TP, and 1 grunt. But the headhunters live. And Torn Totem. This is going to be a tier 3 tech then for Starbuck. Looks likely. Paladin, as expected. And what people have also been doing is a really quick second Sanctum. Which we'll see if that's what Chaemiko goes for. I think we would have already seen it, though. Okay, TC. Are we going to have a tier 3 tech, or will it just be Walker Berserker? That would be strange. It'd be new, that's for sure. There's always new strats in this matchup. He's level 3 on the Archmage. Pendant of Energy and Farseer level 4. Always good to get level ups in this matchup. Really for both players, but for the Orc especially, it feels good. Every single level on both heroes feels good. All the way up to level 7 even on both. Great Jack. Could be good, but everything is hurt. He doesn't have Troll Regen either. Surprised he didn't prioritize Troll Regen, but his Lumber was kind of rough. DC comes in, and did go Stomp first. Speed Scroll, but still loses 2 Adonars. Not looking good for Starbuck. Holy Light will probably save that rifle, and it does. Headhunter goes down. We'll get the 1 Rifleman. Unless the Priest? No. Farseer auto attack. Pretty good job. And Stomp actually kills the Priest as well. Starbuck getting some value, but he doesn't have Aura, but the crit from the Wolf will secure the kill. Grunt gets surrounded in the meantime. And this is Raider Walker from Starbuck. I have not seen Tier 2 Raider Walker against a 1-base human. I don't think ever. Very messy game. Going to be favoring Chaemiko because he's always got the Priest and the Paladin to recover lost health. Starbuck has to go all the way back home, get salve, spend a bunch of gold. And he can't just go right to creeping like Chaemiko's able to. And Chaemiko goes Tier 3, which has been more common as well recently. Is there a Peon going down? Doesn't look like it. Just going to be Tier 2. Parry for Vitality is pretty okay. Parry from the shop as well. That red camp creep may be interrupted, but I don't know if it's going to be stopped by Starbuck. It'll be a tough fight to win, but maybe not a tough fight to get some kills in. Farseer's got some more mana at least. There is a heal scroll for Chaemiko. He's going to get Paladin level 3 from this camp. Gargantuan probably will go to Starbuck if there are no mistakes here. Chain Lightning. Heal Ward's found. That's a great item. Raider forgotten about. And because of Spirit Link, it almost lives, but it will die in the end. TC needs to get level 3 before a fight's going to be won. And it seems like Starbuck over the last couple of days has really been experimenting with things that will work against this Rifle Caster with Paladin. Because this is also a new strat, but this is also not really working. We'll see, though. With the heal wards, with the home base advantage, he could win a fight. But Tier 3 is right around the corner. These Riflemen are almost 1-2 upgraded, with Inner Fire and probably a Mountain King 3rd. Or maybe a Fire Lord or something, who knows. Pit Lord. Anything's possible these days. Weird heal ward usage, I guess it's okay. Felt like everything was pretty healthy, but he still doesn't have Troll Regen, so I guess that's why he used it. Peon's being pulled for Spirit Link. Underused these days. It used to be done all the time, but I feel like Orc players just sort of stopped using peons in this way. The one Raider that's not linked gets focused right away and takes a lot of damage. That's the salve gone, but he's got 2 of them. What item did he leave? Was it here? Ring. This will be TC3. Farseer also working his way up to level 5. Chaemiko going down to the bottom left of the map, which still has every camp available except for the shop. Starbuck, do we go into hit and run mode? He's not ahead. He's not ahead at all in this game. But a greedy tier 3 can be punished by lots of hit and run, because it's a very lumber intensive thing. Getting 2-2 upgrades and has inner fire already on the rifleman though, which is insane. And Mount King 3rd is out. He should solo creep this MK at the red. There's the TP for Starbuck. Chaemiko did get the onk at the red. And the hit and run will start. But the issue is, hit and run is very good when there's no Mountain King, but now that he's tier 3, he has a Mountain King. Still though, only level 1. Ethereal form on the walkers. And he gets out of there after forcing the TP. Didn't even have a speed scroll. But of course there's no Sorks. Maybe now there will be. Yep, there's the first one. That he's already broken upkeep with.
A player's forces are under attack.
Second attack upgrade done for the rifleman. Once he has the lumber, no doubt he'll go for the third. Farseer getting solo crept up to close to level 5. This green camp will do it. And if he gets Wolves 3, that'll increase the ability to hit and run, but for now it's going to have to be a TP purchased by the Tauren Chieftain probably if he doesn't want to lose some raiders. The Walker is the target. Well, this Walker's got to Ethereal right now. If he gets bolted, he'll die to the Rifleman focus, and he will. He's dead. It's both Walkers. Well, 2 out of 3 dead. Tier 3 is coming online for Starbuck, who has a second Tauren Totem. Okay, he's going for Taurens. That makes sense. Go for like a 1-base play at tier 2, and then eventually tech into Taurens because you already have Walkers with Adept and a Tauren Totem. Making it like really affordable to go for Taurens on 1 base. Makes a lot of sense, and if you're super ahead, you can go for a tiny Great Hall and all that, you know? I like the strat. It's not working here for Starbuck, but I like the idea. And a Griffin Aviary. Preemptively for Chaemiko. Does not have the ability to go for a Firelord, obviously. Griffins can do pretty good. Okay, Taurens and Master Training. We saw what this army could do against HawK yesterday.
A player's forces are under
there is a town portal. He got Claws +8, by the way, from his Golem. The Archmage does a lot of auto attack damage. Okay, we do have a lumber mill. We might need to see some towers come up soon. But Chaemiko broke upkeep a long time ago. And even though he's been ahead for a long time, he's been mining significantly less. Is this really the trade Chaemiko wants? I feel like this is not going to be good for him. Starbuck has no speed scroll, no TP, by the way. And he just calls GG. Realizes he can't win that trade. He can't even win the fight. And 1-0. If Starbuck had a little bit more time, Taurens maybe would have done something, but 1-0. And Starbuck's search for the strategy that will work versus this, I guess, continues. We go into Last Refuge now, which was once a human map, not so much anymore. All right, game number 2. Here we go. Starbuck in the bottom left, down 0-1, but it's a best of 5 in the grand finals. It always is. The upper right here is Chaemiko. with a solid performance. Always like to see somebody that constantly advances their position, right? Like going tier 3, getting a third hero, getting inner fire, getting lots of upgrades, not just sitting on rifle caster the whole game and like blindly pushing. Actually has an end goal in mind. Which human should be a race that's played like that. Because you can sort of get an ultimate army. And you can, you know, sort of do it on one base reliably. Grunt into Headhunters again for Starbuck. We'll see how much he decides to creep. And Archmage 2 farm again for Chaemiko. Very similar to last game. But Starbuck, will he go for the same solution? Obviously, his early game was not great last game. Maybe that's all that mattered. Was losing the burrow, losing the grunt, losing the TP early on. Was never able to regain map control. Footman sees the Farseer movement. Farseer will probably check the Merc camp and then go for the Priest if he doesn't see him there.
Player's forces are under attack.
He just goes for the Priest anyway. Chaemiko gonna go for the green. I like the low elemental. We'll get hit once, but still getting a lot of extra damage from it. You can easily deny it in a second. Which he should. He should definitely deny it. Okay, he does with the other water elemental. It's level 2 and gets that Huntsman. And the grunt gets ensnared. Water elemental spawn. This grunt's gonna die. We'll get one footman from it. Denied by the water elemental, I think. Not really a unit you want to lose that early, but the grunt kind of is expendable because it takes so much damage in the early game from creeping. But make no mistake, this is not a good early game for Starbuck thus far. Taking a lot of damage on his Farseer as well. Did he crystal ball the main? I don't know. He probably knows what's going on based on the footman count. Grunt actually being rebuilt, so he did highly value that grunt, by the way. Archmage. Will he keep creeping to level 3, or is he going to go into the main? Because last time, obviously, he went for the burrow shop sort of delay, which is something you can do that isn't that valuable a lot of the time, but you don't really have much else to do, but find some creeping. Starbuck does get level 2. Chain Lightning is a big unlock. Now the Archmage has to be a lot carefuler with his HP. Carefuler? Sure. Yeah, carefuler. Double crystal ball. Oh, man. 1 is good, but 2 is, you know, too much scouting for one guy.
A player's forces are under attack.
Farseer reveals again. And you can just reveal every creep camp. You can follow him around with the crystal ball. And yeah, this is much more standard from Starbuck. Probably going to see an expansion this time. Is a peon moving across? Not yet. The share cooldown? There is no cooldown on crystal ball. At least these days. There used to be one because it was permanent, but there's no cooldown now. Oh, that's dead footman if not microed immediately, and it isn't. That's a full scout, which means he's safe to creep the shop. Paladin second. That footman didn't need to die, but oh well. Oh, Farsight has a cooldown, yeah, but he has Crystal Ball, not Farsight. What's up, Grinchy? Crystal Ball again reveals. Greater heal found on the Paladin.
Forces are under attack.
And it will be an expansion for Starbuck. And instead of really, like, scouting with the Farseer, you can just scout with the Crystal Ball over and over again to see what's going on. Gets a potion of vulnerability. Level 2 TC is one creep away. And he gets it. Maybe a Stomp does land, but there's a Holy Light. Chain Lightning does enough damage. Raider comes in, doesn't have Ensnare yet. These grunts, by the way, have +1 already. This is the sort of game that Starbuck wants. Constant fights while his Expo goes up. Does he not have Ensnare? No, he's getting a second Raider, but he doesn't have Ensnare. Now he's getting it. Expansion canceled by a single water elemental in the meantime. It's very, very unfortunate. Goes for a Spirit Lodge after the Expo gets canceled, which probably would have been his follow-up had the Expo get canceled or gone up successfully. Would have gone for that. So Starbuck got some kills, but still struggling a little. It was the heal scroll stolen? Maybe it was stolen and used, or he used it, I'm not sure. Unless he misclicked the protection scroll? I don't know. Maybe it was intentional.
A player's forces are under attack.
And Snare's finally done. Trying to re-expand. There's lots of creeps nearby his expansion that he can take while he makes sure that the Great Hall is safe. Lumber is low, though. Especially once that Spirit Lodge finishes and he needs to get Adept training. He's instead just going to get an armor upgrade and delay his Expo even further, or maybe even delay it entirely. Bone Chimes is really good here. All the grunts, all the raiders, the TC as well, and the wolves. I'm wondering if Lionhorn's better, technically, but I think Bone Chimes is probably better. A lot of salves needed. But Chaemiko looking for an Expo that's not there, but he'll still be able to creep a lot of nice camps. Crystal Ball still finding value. One more charge left. Got so much information with these. He's always guessed correctly as well with it. Okay, Starbuck ahead in experience right now, but he won't be after this creep camp. This Farseer is not going to get level 4 unless he manages to get a red camp. Chaemiko might just go for this right away. And then I wonder if he'll skip the corner camp and instead just run straight up, because look at all these camps here that he could fight for. We'll see. This game could be determined by creeping. If Chaemiko decides to not contest all these camps, Starbuck's going to be ahead in levels. Plus 12 from the red. Heal wards from the lab. Mana Stone for Starbuck from his lab. Chaemiko will go for the corner, so Starbuck is probably going to be favored after the creeping war is over.
A player's forces are under attack.
He gets Unholy Aura. Really good auras now for the Orc. Chaemiko Pennant of Energy. Or Ring plus 5. I'm not sure what he just got. It's almost like this is one of two plays. Either you TP back home to contest creep camps, or you just push the Orc's main base. Starbuck gets reinforced because he's aware of this. And Chaemiko, okay, he's going to run all the way across. But I think Starbuck will get this camp and maybe even this camp before Chaemiko gets there. Now it's 4-4 versus 3. Well, 4-3. In Invisibility on the water elemental just to scout. And tier 3 tech again for Chaemiko, which Starbuck... I don't know, he doesn't really have an answer to it unless he fights right now. But is he ready to fight? Invis on the Archmage, maybe to go grab heal scrolls. And Starbuck's got to fight. This is it. This is his timing. Right as tier 3's hitting. Water Elemental is scouting all of this, but it's got double heal scroll, protection scroll. Look at the Water Elemental.
Player's forces are under attack.
He's got to go. He's got to fight. And he's got to win the fight. Because Mountain King's going to be out, Inner Fire's going to be down, there's going to be more upgrades. He's got to win this right now. 59 versus 55. It's still technically a tier 2 army. Chaemiko just TP's out right away. And this game is not getting any easier for Starbuck, I'm afraid. Does he have a shop? No shop for staff, at least. Last 2 creeps on the map. Up here. I think Starbuck realizes the urgency. Push of Invis. Insane items. Will he get the fight that he needs? Mount King is going to be out in a sec. That's a good find. Finds a free rifleman. Chaemiko, be aware of the TC. He doesn't see the Torn Chieftain yet. Okay, that's a big stomp in a second. Oh my god. Bolt on the TC right away. Heal ward to recover all the damage, but a couple units caught out of position again. Will he dodge the next bolt? No, doesn't dodge it. He's going to take a lot of damage for that reason. Now he uses it. Next stomp lands pretty good. Chain Lightning, speed scroll in, protection scroll now. Still double heal scroll available, but TC's going to run out of health quickly once the invul's up. Knight comes out. Has the Kodo eaten? It hasn't, but it's pretty low HP. Mana Stone used. Bolt again on the TC, but it's only got... Well, he's got 2 more stomps left before he can be out of the fight. Heal scroll used. Water Elemental could be purged, and is. Militia kind of losing the fight to the Grunt and the Kodo. It's always the difficult thing for the Orc to deal with the Militia in an easy way. Stomp, that's the last one. Has Starbuck done enough now? 62 against 51. Starbuck has 1 more heal scroll, and that's it for the fight. That might be it for the game if he doesn't do enough right here. There's the heal scroll. Dispel immediately on the lightning shield. Kodo's going to go down that had the knight. A second knight comes in. This is 2-0 for Chaemiko. Starbuck tried. That was the best fight he was going to get, but he was just a little bit too late. Chaemiko had a nice TP timing. And Starbuck hasn't found a solution to this style, it seems like. It's like Pally Rifle on steroids. Pally Rifle with a strong early game. And that's 2-0. We could only have 1 more game left, potentially. But that'd be disappointing, wouldn't it? Between these two? You wouldn't expect Chaemiko to get the 3-0. I mean, he's been practicing a lot. I said it at the very start of the stream. He has been grinding, but Starbuck is Starbuck, you know? Okay, game number 3. 1 more chance on Concealed Hill. And then we go to Echo Isles, and then we go to Tide Hunters. And who knows what those maps favor. Might even see a Mountain King on those maps. Something like that. So Chaemiko in the upper right. Starbuck in the bottom left. Arseer Grunt into Headhunter opener. Again, it looks like. If we see the War Mill in a second. Any second now. Oh, That was lag. Is this just straight up grunts? Farseer grunts, which isn't unheard of. Definitely uncommon. It's good on this map because heal fountains. Grunt's very tanky. They heal up really efficiently at a fountain. And when you know your opponent's going to be playing Rifle Caster, you know, even though Headhunters are really good for creeping, they're not the best for actual fights.
A player's forces are under attack.
Let me go for a lab creep right away. Fast level 3 for the first time. Chaemiko, is he stuck in his base? He's stuck! No! What a disaster. Okay, now what do you do? It happens to all of us, doesn't it? On occasion. Starbuck would have been there. He probably would have done a lot of damage. Is this a blessing in a way for Chaemiko, I wonder? Because Starbuck's going to be like, what the hell are you doing now? He's going to be so confused. Chaemiko now with a sneaky creep route, as it turns out. Tries to do a split militia, but Starbuck's already here. I mean, maybe the militia could actually fight this. Sends the militia back. It's a wonky game now. Chaemiko might have been rallied like here, in which case the rally point would have gone here, and that would be blocked, so it went here. Unfortunate. Chaemiko got level 2. Does Starbuck check the inventory and go like, oh, I see what happened. Or he's thinking like, damn, he sold his TP. What a genius. What does this play? What does he need that extra gold for? Starbuck, no war mill in sight. Is he going to go for like double bestiary maybe? Especially with there being no town portal, I could see him going for Shadowhunter hit and run. So yeah, no need to overanalyze anything that anyone's doing at this point. It's all up in the air. Not the most standard early game, but Chaemiko eventually goes for something that would get him very close to level 3. And he does go for a lumber mill. See, what he was attempting to do was a strat that I really like, which is fast level 3 Archmage with Defend Footman into something like a Beastmaster second. And then you pressure the tier 2 in the burrows, and you also go either double Sanctum or you go tier 3 for Griffins behind it, and it's really good. And I like seeing it on this map as well, because you can be really aggressive with your Footmen and your heroes, and then just go to the fountain and heal up. But unfortunately, getting the hero trapped screwed up all of his timings. If not, he'd RAB here. He still might have a timing. If he goes right now, yeah, you see how urgent he is, just getting the kill for the level up and then goes immediately. Circlet and boots. Has defend not finished yet. 25 seconds away. But he could get both tier 2s canceled. We'll see how much the TC is able to do to blockade the way. Second water elemental. Scroll the beast used. But that chain lightning was massive with the stomp as well. Still he'll get the burrow. It's a good stomp again. You're not going to save the burrow though. Another chain lightning. Doesn't get much better than this is for a defense. Starbuck is going to be supply blocked away from getting a Shaman or a Raider, but he's going to get both trainings. Ensnare and Adept training. And we'll see what Chaemiko does at tier 2. Will he go for a Beastmaster still? Gets a grunt kill as well. Needs to be so careful because he doesn't have a town portal. And straight tier 3, so it's going to be Griffins.
The player's forces are under attack.
Still a little bit of time at the fountain, which he'll use up. And then he has 4 footmen left to continue the pressure a little bit. Starbuck can finally start building some units. Archmage healed up right before daytime. And Archmage is here already, but there's a Raider with Ensnare. Technically, this could be Surround. There's also a Mountain King that's going to be here pretty soon. I'm not sure where he is. He just came out of the altar. Misses the stomp. And that's the only stomp he had. This is not looking good for Starbuck. Is he really going to get 3-0'd? Chaemiko just seems to have all the answers. Mountain King's coming across, and he's just buying time for the Griffins, which, of course, Starbuck is going to know about. There's going to be no surprises in this game. Leader and Shaman are here. And every second that Starbuck is trading here and he doesn't actually get any kills is 1 more second for the Griffins. And 1 more second he's not expanding. Another Grunt's going to go down. Maybe the Farseer could get a Chain Lightning off on the Archmage, but he's a little bit shy on the amount of mana. I don't even think he cares if he loses the MK at this point. He's bought so much time for himself. He doesn't care at all.
A player's forces are under attack.
Shaman being chased. Again, just more time being bought. This guy will die as well. We'll see the tier 3. And double Griffin Aviary already online. Mountain King is going to clog the altar for the Paladin. Starbuck wants to play. Peon needs to expand immediately, and he's getting a second Bestiary for Bat Riders. And that'll be how he plays it, just bats against Griffins. There's no armor upgrades just yet. So bats will do a good job, but you need that expansion to come through.
A player's forces are under attack.
Chaemiko could just die as well. There's always a world in which that could happen. But once he has his Paladin and once he has his first couple of Griffins, it'll be a lot more difficult for that to happen. Mage, careful. Healing gets canceled by the creep. TC is not in position. The Raider is here. Bolt on the Shaman so the Water Elementals can come in. First Griffins are here. And the Paladin's coming out as well. Blacksmith comes online, which probably means armor upgrades will start soon. Because the first bats are already coming up. And Chaemiko just biding his time. Just needs to not die in the next minute and a half, and he'll be in a really good position. Starbuck just needs this expansion. And needs a lot of bats, which he doesn't have the supply for right now, unfortunately. But the Great Hall will give him 11.
A player's forces are under attack.
Chaemiko buy a TP? He didn't. Oh, finds 1 bat. And Starbuck forced to detonate on this Griffin, and Chaemiko knows the trick at the fountain. If you don't issue an attack command, you won't get attacked. He could have left them there, but the Mountain King's stuck. Paladin comes in, TP out. Holy Light. There's a Bat Rider here. It doesn't land. Unfortunate for Starbuck, but still a good find on the Mountain King. Armor upgrade and Animal War Training. I think that'll turn it from 2 bats to 3 with just those 2 upgrades. Starbuck seems to be controlling the game pretty well. The expansion's up. Peon's moved away, right away from the main to the expo. Bat Rider bolted. Bat Rider killed. Is there a staff available? There is a staff for the Mountain King, but might be used for the Griffin. Not quite. Lightning Shield on the TC to deal with all the militia. Chaemiko might have to staff out the Mountain King and get out of this fight. But GG is called. Just not able to get enough momentum. It seemed like Chaemiko was doing really good in that mid game, but Starbuck knew exactly what he needed to do. And he finally gets a win. But still 1 map away from losing. He's got to win 2 more in a row. Oh, staff was on cooldown. Ah. Now we go to Echo Isles, and then if we do go to map 5, we go to Tide Hunters. Echo Isles, a special kind of map. We could see Mountain King first. I think we'll definitely see... Well, maybe not. We could see Farseer Grunt. I think we'll definitely see a Grunt opener again for Starbuck. Farseer Grunt into Headhunters. For Chaemiko, yeah, he's got a couple of options. Archmage Fast Expo, Mountain King Expo. The same old 1-base stuff that worked for him 2 games in a row. When he changed things up is when he lost. And then after this, if it so happens Starbuck gets another win, we'll go to the map nobody wanted to play today. Tide Hunters, apparently. I always thought that was a really good map, but... Game number 4. Here's Chaemiko in the upper left. Starbuck in the upper right. I think Chaemiko, really, his best bet is just go back to what worked before. Just don't diverge too much. Play the same strat 3 times. Get the win. And go to bed. You know what I mean? Probably what I'd be thinking if I was Chaemiko. But it was an unfortunate start to the last game. It wasn't really the strategy that lost it for him. He just kind of got all screwed up when his TP had to be burned. So will be the Archmage and Farseer standard Headhunters this time. And we only have 2 farms so far, so I'd be very surprised if this is a fast expansion. It looks like Chaemiko is indirectly taking my advice and just going to go back to what worked for him. 2 farm tech, into Pally, into rifles, into a late tier 3. And, you know, Starbuck has to be the one to find the answers. The Griffin thing, it's kind of an old strat at this point. It's like, you know, it's been played 5-6 years. Orcs know what to do.
Player's forces are under attack.
Footman sees the Farseer, sees there's no grunt opener, which means there's probably not going to be any creeping. So Chaemiko can prepare his defense, because he has no tower. So he pretty much just has to get his Archmage back here. And then get his tech started, and then get a tower as soon as he can.
Player's forces are under attack.
Farseer not able to get himself in there to do auto attacks, but the wolves soften up some peasants. So far none lost though, which is the important part. It's only the first set of wolves, and there's the resummon. Game tower being delayed so that he can get the blacksmith up, which is the correct way to do things for Chaemiko, even though he has to defend a lot longer now. 50 seconds until the wolves will no longer be doing anything. No peasants lost so far. Probably gonna lose one, I would say. We'll see, though. We might even lose two. There's one going down, and there's two, and that's success for Starbuck. Oh, he's gonna go for the Arcane Tower. Yep, there it is. Chaemiko is repairing it on time. Okay. I thought for a second he wasn't repairing it.
Forces are under attack. Town is under siege.
And Arcane Tower is finally up, and now Chaemiko can do something other than defend his peasants. And Starbuck does go for not 4 headhunters into 2 grunts, but instead 6 headhunters in total. The approach that many people were doing for a long time. There's many strats that can pivot out of this. You can go for a tier 3 tech, or you can just go for a
Players'
bestiary
forces are under
expansion.
attack.
We'll see. Tier 2 done. Now getting started. Not enough lumber for the Sanctum right now. And that's very important to heal up the Archmage. Starbuck steals away what would have been the level 2 creep camp for the Archmage, but he could go down to this green. The unfortunate thing is if he goes for that, Starbuck's definitely going to creep to 12 o'clock. That's why even though Chaemiko can't really do anything in terms of a fight, if he doesn't stay on him, this 12 o'clock is gone. Once the Paladin's out, Chaemiko will be a lot stronger. Shadowhunter and Spirit Lodge. Okay, that's different. That is a third different approach against this from Starbuck. 3 different styles. And I would be very surprised if you were to tell me it's just the map that's making him do different strats. I think he's actually experimenting with things. Gets to 12 o'clock eventually. Paladin is now out. Footman sees everything. Sees the Shadowhunter, Spirit Lodge, and the tier 3. Maybe Chaemiko will just go tier 3 right away himself, but his lumber's still hurting. Like his Sanctum's not even up yet.
A player's forces are under attack.
And a Torn Totem. Is he going Docks? Yeah, he is. The sort of Lin strat against Pally Rifle. Which, I would say the strat from Chaemiko does require similar solutions to what Pally Rifle does. The only difference is you can't pressure as good against this as you can against Pally Rifle. But you can't go for a Naga and continue attacking as easily. But you can still go for the same end goal in terms of army.
Players' forces are under attack.
Paladin struggling to get some levels. And Farseer can be a little bit more bold because there is no bolt. And yeah, it's going to be Tauren Docks with Berserkers. And maybe, I don't know what the third hero would be. Chaemiko has yet to go tier 3 himself. Maybe he'll just go for the timing instead.
Players' forces are under attack.
He knows everything going on. He might not know about the docks, but he knows it's a fast tier 3 for Starbuck. If the Paladin can get level 3, Heal Scroll could be stolen, and it will be. The next one in 2 minutes, which is 2 minutes too long. Chaemiko wanted it right now. Archmage still not level 3. Seems like a good game for Starbuck so far. There's the Tauren. There's Master Training for Shamans. He canceled the Dock training, I guess, earlier. And TC third,
A player's forces
which
are
makes
under
sense.
attack.
Just to have the aura. It's a really, really good third hero for that reason alone. And TC could grab a tiny Great Hall right away, only now the shop being built. That's the advantage of going Shadowhunter second. You can kind of skip the shop forever. Does he have double pendant? Oh my god, that's pretty good. You could get a third one down here. And Shadowhunter is one of those heroes that the more mana the better. There's never too much mana on a Shadowhunter because of how good Heal Wave is. Like there's too much mana on a Paladin. You can only do so much, but like a Shadowhunter, you can spam Heal Wave all day. We'll see. I hope he gets the third one. It'd be hilarious. Solo creep in the TC. Bloodlust and Pulverize online in a second.
A player's forces are under attack.
And, oh, +6 intelligence. That's good on any hero. Paladin finally got level 3. Tier 3 was upgraded, and Griffin Aviary coming online. And no Blade Third means Starbuck will be weaker against Griffins, but Bloodlust and Berserkers are pretty strong here. Finally, that heal scroll is available. Next one available in a minute now.
A player's forces are under attack.
Second ring for the TC. Nice items. The third hero always gets really good items, though. He's been creeping the whole map, and you just give him the best things. That's why Blade Third seems so strong a lot of the time. 400 mana Shadowhunter. Starbuck, I don't know if he's getting much stronger, to be honest. Especially once that second Tauren comes out. 58 supply. This is probably exactly when he wants to fight. Right before the first Griffin. Unfortunately, it's not right before Inner Fire, but I'd say Starbuck either has to expand, which he's going for with the Peon, or fight, or both. No third hero yet. Chaemiko banking. Did he retrain? No, he didn't. Gonna have to town portal now. Nice base build, as always from Chaemiko. Oh, that's not a good TP. That's a game-losing town portal. Lightning shield on everything. Third hero coming out. First Griffin's out as well. Heal scroll was already used. First Tauren microed away. Militia not doing a ton. First Tauren might actually die. But there's just too much stuff here for Starbuck, right? Yeah, and there's tons of mana on the Shadowhunter as well, and this timing seems to do a pretty good job. Maybe it should have been Chaemiko to go for a tier 2 timing instead of himself trying to get to tier 3, and then the roles reverse, and that's 2-2. We go game 5. 3 different approaches for Starbuck, and finally one of them works. And now we go to Tidehunters. Another map where you could go for a power creep level 3. One final game. This is it. Winner of this will win the February finals, and then we will start up again tomorrow, the first day of March, with our next month, of course, because it's the first day. And the first Sunday. All right, game number 5. Here we go. Upper left here, Starbuck. The next building built will tell the story of what build he's going for Chaemiko. Will he switch things up now, or does he just count last game as a mistake on his part and he keeps to the same strategy? Fast expansion, very possible in Tidehunters. Fast level 3 creep routes, very possible in Tidehunters because of the lab. So every strategy is available. Starbuck goes for straight up Farseer Tidehunters, no grunt opener. And Starbuck is going to be playing reactionary. Will he do the same thing again? If Chaemiko does the same thing again, does he think that's a reliable counter, the straight tier 3 tech? Or did he get lucky? There's the Archmage. And we'll see in a sec if he goes for a third farm. 2 farm tech, I'm pretty sure, would just guarantee Chaemiko's doing the same thing. And he is. There we go. So now the question lies on the side of Starbuck. What the hell will he do here? Will he do a fourth different approach? Footman scouting. 5 militia cult. Archmage not stuck in the base. The base is open anyway.
A player's forces are under attack.
Footman tried to get a block, but not successfully, unfortunately. They get prize money based on placement in the tournament. Oh. Gunzelson, Warcraft 3, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Oh, lasted on the water elemental is 42 experience. That would be nice.
A player's forces
So far, the defense is pretty good. 2 peasants were lost last game, remember? And all the creeps around Chaemiko's base. Wait, this is open too. Were lost last game as well. This time around, Starbuck's just going to keep creeping instead of continuing to pressure. Chaemiko should be aware. He'll probably just go for this, though. No, he's actually going to go forward and try and stop it, but it's going to be too little too late. Farseer would get level 2 if he finished this camp. They give exactly 100 experience. I'm pretty sure. Chaemiko buying a lot of time for himself. Does get it. They both got level 2. Not sure what happened there. Oh, Militia over here creeping got him level 2, but Starbuck did get the last hit. And a mantle as well as a cloak.
Player's forces are under attack.
Wolves probably tried to kill the item there, but didn't. Claws were found. Starbuck gonna waste no time creeping the turtles here. He doesn't have another set of wolves to actually resummon, so he's gonna take some damage, notably on the grunt, creeping this. Or the Farseer. Probably the grunt.
Forces are under attack.
There we go. There's the resummon, but at a heavy cost. And Paladin second. And Chaemiko, kind of a perfect timing for the tier 2. But Starbuck not going for any tier 2 tech, going for a really, really quick expansion. Which I do like the style. The immediate expo. Even before TC.
Forces are under attack.
Chaemiko just trying to steal some items, though. Maybe realizing Starbuck is creeping somewhere down here if he hasn't already taken the Sea Giant or his expansion. Might realize something's up, especially with the Farseer being level 3 already. Sold whatever consumable he got. Is Chaemiko aware of what's going on? This does feel like a good counter to the play that the human's doing here. Because they don't tend to be very aggressive with the Paladin at level 1. So you can get away with the expansion.
A player's forces are under attack.
Starbuck gonna keep on creeping. Chaemiko takes the shop. Heal scroll is in 20 or 40 seconds. Alright, so you're looking for that heal scroll as well. They both want it. Does Chaemiko know about the expo?
A player's forces are under attack.
And if he doesn't scout it and he pushes after it's already come up, when it's that early, can he punish it? Also getting the red camp now. Open for probably heal wards or something like that. Footman does see the expo, knows the timing now. And Chaemiko is going to push probably after this camp. Could go grab the heal scroll, but Starbuck is already there, gets both. Same thing happened last game. Does get heal wards, by the way. Is Chaemiko going to go now, or is he going to take this camp? He will take the 1 creep camp for level 3 Paladin first. Starbuck already here for the creep jack. Is this a game-winning creep jack? Can he actually win the fight is the next question. Chain Lightning steals the creep. Ensnare on the priest. Stomp is big. Is this Starbuck coming back with a reverse sweep potentially? He's fighting into Militia now. The issue is if he doesn't win this fight, he's too weak to hold his expansion. And he realizes that. He's backing away before he overcommits. Oh, Archmage. Eats the stomp. Holy Light almost there, but not quite. Starbuck gets out in time. He is mining. He's already broken upkeep. Miko's got no choice but to go. Paladin's so close to level 3. He wants this one last creep camp. This is the game, though. Chaemiko's gotta all in. He can't go tier 3, he can't counter expand, nothing like that's gonna work. He's got to just push for the win. Starbuck's gotta hold the expansion. That's it, that's the only play. 61 supply versus 54. Starbuck steals another creep. Level 3 Paladin. Doesn't level up the skill before using the Holy Light. Stomp hits everything again. I think Starbuck did it. I think it reverse swept. One Raider might die, but he's got a lot more where that came from. He's 58 supply still. Shaman dies. Hold up a sec. Holy Light again. Heal scroll burned. One more grunt goes down. Almost saves that rifleman. Still 60 against 51. But Starbuck is out of mana, and he's out of heal scrolls now. The only thing he's really got left is 1 heal ward, and he doesn't have a shop here to buy mana potions. It's easy to throw from this position for Starbuck. Gotta be careful. Because all of a sudden you run out of mana, and then you just can't get a single kill. It happens. They just micro to the back. Peasants blockading. TC has 1 more stomp, which lands... Not yet, actually. Level 4 on the Archmage. Uh-oh. Raiders dying in the back. Holy Light on the Rifleman. I'm getting a little bit worried for Starbuck. There's a potion and a replenishment potion, so that combo will get the Paladin back up to full HP, full mana. Starbuck needs the shop. Uses the heal ward. I think he's going to get zoned out of the shop right now. Maybe Chaemiko should power build the shop himself. There it is. Canceled immediately. Starbuck realizes how important that shop is. TC does get to the shop and get a mana potion. Lightning shield now. Dispelled before the stomp lands. Archmage needs to eat a holy light. There it is. One grunt gonna die. One priest nearing death. The splits on the rifleman and the priest is really, really nice. Shaman does live. I think that grunt died. Headhunter also dying. Holy light. Lightning shield on the grunt. Not yet dispelled. All of a sudden, 51 versus 51. TC has another stomp. And the lightning shield over here is doing a lot. That stomp also does a lot. Paladin's going to need to use those double potions in a second. But this is a lot closer than I thought it would be. Another mana pot. Still even supply. Another holy light. Pick your poison. There's multiple riflemen low. Ensnares a lot of raiders here. Holy light again. Chaemiko macroing behind all of this. There's no more mana potions in the shop, but I think Starbuck had just barely enough to hold. Peasants are still alive somehow. Don't DC me now, that'd be horrific. Stomp again lands. Replenishment potion being used not during the potion of vulnerability, but it wasn't cancelled. Blue light used again. One grunt about to die, but the rifleman traded. Raiders microed back and aren't dead. Dispel lands on both wolves. Paladin doesn't quite have a holy light, but might in a second. Just barely doesn't get it. That was an important rifleman to keep alive. Okay, Starbuck trying to salve up. Needs a mana pot. Potion of vulnerability might be necessary in a second. The one purge, really valuable. There's the stomp. Not all the salves were cancelled. And holy light again on the Archmage. Bunch of raiders come in. And GG is called. Chaemiko can't break the expansion, and Starbuck gets the reverse sweep. It took a bunch of attempts. It took 4 different strategies. But Starbuck finds a solution. Very, very well played. GG's well played. Well played to Starbuck. 3-2, and we finally get a 5-map grand final. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? And we actually saw Tidehunters at the end. Yeah, I think that was the best solution of all of them. The really, really fast Tier 2 expansion from Starbuck. Very solid. It's not the easiest to do on every map, but... The Sonic, thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate it. And we'll, of course, be back tomorrow for the Weekly Cup. You can sign up. You can find it on warcraft3.info. There's one thing left we need to do, which is do the map vote, where we remove 3 maps and add 3 for tomorrow's Weekly Cup. So I'm going to post that in the chat right now. There it is. I'm going to pin that in the chat. And so, Sonic, thank you for the 200 more bits. 400 in total. Appreciate that. And that's it. Until tomorrow. That's it for me, you guys. Vote in the straw poll. I gotta go. But go ahead and vote in it, and then I'll do the maps. And then the sign-up link for the Weekly Cup for tomorrow is it on warcraft3.info? Oh, yeah, Cash Out Gamba. I'll do that right now. Is it on warcraft3.info? It isn't, so I'll link it. Um, 179. And then there's that link for you guys. You can sign up. It should be on warcraft3.info at some point soon. And then go vote in the straw poll. And thank you guys for watching. Thanks to the players. I appreciate you. Am I streaming later? No, but I will stream tomorrow on my channel after the Weekly Cup. A little bit after the Weekly Cup. Thank you, guys. GG's. Shout out to the players. It was very easy to run. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the first Weekly Cup of March. Goodbye.